we usually do, but that is due to the number of, or the copious amount of work that we have to get through today. Of course, colleagues are aware that we are dealing with the annual performance plans of the Department of Higher Education and Training, as well as its entities. And the entities that will appear before the committee this morning will be NSFAS, the CHE, SAQA, as well as the QCTO. So we have quite a long day. If you look at the program, we'll begin now at 8:30 and conclude at 6 o'clock this evening. Of course, there'll be a break from 1 until 2 o'clock where colleagues and members can refresh themselves. I do request that we really assist the process. Those who are presenting, if you can be succinct, clear, and straight to the point. We have received your presentations beforehand. I will be a bit harsher today, colleagues. If you have gone over the time that is allocated to you, I will have to stop you. Also considering the fact that many of us may be affected by load shedding, it will be very important for us to try our best to be as succinct as possible. And so this is also very important, this is a very important moment in the work that we do as, we look into the planning of the department and its entities. We do hope that you were able to rest, those of you who were able to rest, and revive yourselves spiritually, Baba Konzayo. And let's, appreciate the fact that we've all returned, and I hope we've all returned safely. Those of you whose loved ones may have, gotten into any particular accidents over this, break that we've had, sincerest condolences to yourselves. But I think, it's great to see that most members are back well and in good shape to do the work that is so important in terms of ensuring the self-liberation of our people. We'll then, of course, start with the AG's presentation. That shouldn't take long at all. In fact, I'd like to request that if the AG's office could start from slide 5, because really the beginning part of the presentation is what we should know. But if colleagues could perhaps start on slide 5. Actually, I think Minister had requested to go before the AG. I think if colleagues can allow that, that should be okay. Minister, we did receive your apology to leave us a bit earlier and then return again. So if you would like to make any opening remarks at this point, you may go ahead, and then we'll come through with the AG's presentation and then the department led by DG Gosnati Sishi. So I'd like to hand over, it's now 8:35 on the dot, and I'd like to hand over to the Minister for his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Ms. Nompendulo Mkhacho. Greetings to all the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee and all the others who are in attendance on this platform, including the media. Thank you very much. I am indeed joined, Honorable Chairperson, for the purposes of this meeting by my DG and all my Deputy Directors General who will be part of this meeting. Thanks also for your understanding, because I'm traveling today, so I've got to go rush, do some necessary tests and come back whilst the DG would be presenting. And then, of course, I had also requested to be released by 1 because I'm traveling abroad today. So thank you very much, Chair. The first thing that I'd just like to say, I will not be long at all, because I think that the details will be given by our DG in relation, Dr. Sishi, in relation to our department, and of course, assisted by the DGGs where necessary in the engagements. And also the entities will be presenting directly themselves, as you have actually said. I would rather than leave the detail to the DG. Let me just say this, that given the challenges that we are facing, well, first of all, Chair, let me also just join the President, our leadership of government, all other South Africans, to express our condolences, mine, in relation to the loss of lives that to those whose relatives have lost lives in this terrible floods and so on. Indeed, the President is correct. Climate change is upon us. And as you may well know, Chair, though we are not discussing science and innovation, one of the key areas for attention in our decadal plan is that of climate change and mitigation. Secondly, Chair, I think also it may be appropriate for me, though also this may not be a matter for discussion, just to announce that in relation to where some of our own institutions have experienced damage to infrastructure, I've asked the DG to reprioritize an amount of 200 million rands to actually support our post-school education and training institutions to actually deal with any damage that might have happened as a result of the floods, mainly in KZN. Now, Chair, in relation to the APP and the STRAT plan, I would say that I'll just focus my comments on the things that perhaps have got largely to be done this year, and one or two that may actually fall within the purview of the broader strategic plan. I think that one would argue that there are three key priorities, overarching priorities within which we have to understand what is being presented today, for me in particular. Firstly, we still do need, I need to say this, to continue to manage the pandemic in our sector, because COVID-19 is still with us, and there are still predictions, well, more than predictions, observations by scientists that, in fact, we may actually be going forward, or we are faced with the prospects of a fifth wave. So the issue of continuing to manage the pandemic remains an absolute priority, especially because also of our experiences over the last 2 years, that the pandemic has actually disrupted teaching and learning and other associated activities in our post-school education and training sector. The second key challenge for this year is to continue to drive, to contribute towards driving economic reconstruction and recovery in our country. As the Department of Higher Education and Training, we really have got a very, very important role to play in this regard. For example, I'm very pleased to say that NEDLAC has now approved our skills strategy in support of the economic reconstruction and recovery program. And we are very glad for the inputs that they've actually made and suggestions, and the fact that now our skills strategy over the next few years is going to be fully supported by all the key social partners in NEDLAC. So that's one of the most important achievements, both this year as well as during the period of the strategic plan. Indeed, much as this is a skill strategy for economic recovery and reconstruction, but it's a strategy that is also flexible enough to actually support the broader challenge of growing and develop our economy. The third key area, then I would say, for me, overarching goal is employment support. It's very important that our skills development initiatives are such that they support employment opportunities. I will just be highlighting a very few things in this regard later, and the DG will actually give specific regards here. But the other matter then that I would like to underline, Chair, as being very important for this financial year is actually the challenge of coming up with a comprehensive student funding model. We are at the moment, as you are aware, I have a ministerial task team that is very much hard at work. And that ministerial task team will be producing a report sooner rather than later, because I want to go back to cabinet, not around middle of the year, but we've put it here maybe during the second half of the year with a plan, because it's very important. If there's one thing that we need to get right, and which is important for stabilizing the sector, is a comprehensive student funding model, including what can be done to support what we call the missing middle. The other matter, Chair, that for me is a key issue, we might not be elaborating on it maybe in too much detail as such in the presentation today, but it's the issue of infrastructure for the post-school education and training sector, and in particular student accommodation. I've placed this for myself as a huge priority for this year. And what I want to do this year is really to come up with very concrete implementation of programs, not plans, implementation of programs to really start rolling out student infrastructure, student accommodation infrastructure. Of course, it's very clear, as you know, that as government alone, we do not have enough money to be able to address the huge need that is out there. So we will have no choice except to come up with strategies to cooperate or to also involve, crowd in, and have partnerships with the private sector, which in any case, the private sector is already playing a huge role in student accommodation, as I'm talking to you right now, because many of our institutions are using privately owned student accommodation. And now in the construction of that, we will have to find partnerships that are mutually beneficial, not just benefiting the private sector, but mutually beneficial to government also, and so on, within the context. I want to make some very decisive interventions this year, and I will be updating you as and when you wish, Chair, and members of the Portfolio Committee on this matter. We will continue, as you will see, with the funding of a variety of programs, our university program, our college program, and including both TVET and community education and training colleges, and also continue, of course, to be using the levy money to support skills development. Now, just to highlight one thing here, we're very proud, by the way, as this government, that really one of our biggest achievements is continuing to fund NSFAS, and therefore continuing to fund children of the working class and the poor, many of whom are the first ever in their families to actually acquire a university or a college qualification. We're very proud of this. This is one of the single most important achievements of this government insofar as the National Student Financial Aid Scheme is concerned, and we are going to be continuing with that. We're going to be spending way beyond 40 billion rands this year. However, Chair, having said that, my concern is that within the period of the strategic plan, we will need to begin to break this university-centric post-school education and training system. We
Colleagues, can I check if that's my network or Minister's network?
The Minister, Chair.
Okay.
I'm glad that I thought it was just me.
Minister, your network has gone south. If we could ask maybe Babulele just to call Minister and indicate that he's, okay, there we go.
I'm sorry, Chair, I'm back. I don't know what happened. Maybe it's because of this load shedding and all
Sure.
that. So what I'm saying then, Chair, on this is that I'm really calling upon you as members of this portfolio committee, as members of parliament, that we join in this battle to expand the college sector in our country significantly. I think that during this period of the strat plan, I will be working hard, even to begin to have new proposals as maybe the year progresses around, or in the new year, around how do we expand. Yes, we've been expanding your TVET college sector, but very minimally. Basically, there's hardly been new money for TVET college sector. There's hardly been new money for community education and training sector. That's unacceptable for a country like ours. Also, as you know, what we are trying to address there, Chair, is the fact that statistics tells us that out of 100 grade 1, out of 100 learners who start grade 1 now, so far, only 6 go through university. And the 6 that go through the university, by the way, not all of the 6, they finish in record time. So we've got 94 every year out of 100 young people in this country who do not go to university, but because we've got a very tiny college sector, they don't go anywhere. No wonder, Chair, that our single biggest crisis as a country is high levels of youth unemployment. And until and unless we expand the college sector, we're not going to make any decisive impact on this, even if we were to grow our economy better. But without supplying young people with vocational type skills, we are actually going to continue to have a problem. I would like us to that the portfolio committee really joins me. Also, as Parliament, by the way, you are the ones that approve budgets, that it's unsustainable not to increase. Practically speaking, there has been no new money, there's been no growth, significant growth of the TVET college sector since 2013. Since 2013. We've been trying to make efforts on our side, get skills levy money to build some new infrastructure, new college campuses. Of course, those have made a difference. We've been opening some of them, and it's been in rural areas. But there is no new money from the fiscus, basically to expand vocational education. And we are not, as a country, going to break generational poverty unless we expand the college sector. I don't want to go any further. I know, Chair, when I talk about this, I really feel passionate and very strong that despite the progress that we are making, for instance, very proud that now TVET college students, most of them get NSFAS, but we need to expand the sector. Now, the other matter, Chair, that I just thought I will raise for this year, just to highlight very, very briefly, because the DG is going to talk about this. I've already spoken about the necessity for comprehensive student funding as a very important objective. I'm also very pleased, by the way, that we are taking steps on articulation. Now, articulation simply means that we must have no cul-de-sacs in our system. There must be a relationship between the different components of the post-school education and training sector to allow unhindered progression by young people. It can't be that you do an NCV in a college And when you want to go to university, you are not accepted because our universities do not recognize the NCV. That is just not acceptable. The fact that this financial year, then we are supporting 6 universities to develop TVET college articulation implementation plans is something that is very important, because you cannot talk of a post-school education and training system unless you've got articulation. If there is no articulation, it ain't a post-school education and training system. Which, by the way, also relates to a matter that I would just like to flag very, very briefly, Chair, that, you know, our university system, we've given it 4 main tasks: 1, learning; 2, teaching; 3, research; 4, community outreach. I think that there is a 5th mandate that we should be giving our university. That 5th mandate must be to support the rest of the post-school education and training system. It can't be just 6 universities that are supporting TVET. Our entire university system must support the TVET college sector, must support the community education and training sector, must support skills development initiatives. In particular, also the challenge of training appropriately qualified lecturers for our college system. That is something also that, at least this year, we are looking then at this articulation. The other thing, Chair, that I've already said is the issue of placement of students, which is very important. You know, we are going to increase this year, as the DG will say, the number of students enrolled in TVET colleges from 452,000 to 580,000. Although it's still far from our NTP target, as I have said. And also we are going to be increasing the placement of students. Of course, what the president raised about placement of 10,000 TVET college graduates who require in-service training in order to complete their qualification is also a major, major step this year, this financial year for us, because without work placement, it can't be vocational education and training. It's as simple as all that. That is why this is one of the key areas that we are focusing on. And one of the things that I'm doing this year, which I'm very happy about, is that on what relations have they developed with industry and or workplaces. You can't be a college principal unless you actually have a system of placement of the students, relationship with industry. Even in the deep rural areas, we must actually be able to identify opportunities, whether it's in municipalities, whether it's in rural police stations, whether it's in rural post offices, to be able to place our TVET college graduates. In some instances, we are spending a lot of money from the rural areas. The Zululand district, where the president has, for instance, deployed me as a champion, we are taking a number of students outside of the district because there isn't significant industry, because we are trying very hard to ensure it ain't vocational education and training unless there is work placement. So I'm very pleased that we are actually going to be focusing on increasing this as a way of strengthening our TVET college sector. Chair, let me stop there. As I have said, I don't want to take all the time because the DG is going to be giving the details that are needed. And of course, later, our entities are going to come in to actually indicate even on some of these things that I'm talking about. All what I'm saying is that despite the challenges, this government continues to show its commitment, especially to the children of the working class and the poor, that actually they access post-school education and training. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for those inputs. I think it's really important for us as a portfolio committee to understand at a political level what it is that the department of, in fact, the ministry seeks to achieve going into the year ahead. And I think also in us as a committee engaging the plans that the DG will then present together with the entities, it will be very important for us to see, of course, if members agree, with the the inputs of the minister, but I think most of us should agree with what minister has indicated to be key priority areas for the sector going into the next year. And I think therefore it would be important for us as a portfolio committee to find ways of supporting through our recommendations ways in which these areas of concern around funding for the sector, sustainable funding for the sector, in relation to tuition, in relation to infrastructure, in relation to expanding the DHET sector, for the areas of of focus that the minister alluded to, it would be very important for us to see how the planning of the department supports what the minister has alluded to, and I mean, even as we move into the AG's presentation, there's concern, Minister, around the usefulness of the indicators, of the department in relation to their measurability, in relation to their consistency. And if we aren't able to perhaps, and I don't want to jump the gun and go into the AG's presentation, if we aren't able to make recommendations or use the recommendations that may have come from the AG's office to strengthen our planning, then we might not be able to be as effective in the implementation that you stress needs to happen in the sector, particularly around issues, for example, around student accommodation, where you're saying we need to move away from planning and go into implementation so that we can change the sector in bettering, or strengthen the sector in bettering the lives of citizens of this country. So thank you very much, Minister, for those opening remarks. You may excuse yourself at whichever point you need to, and we'll be awaiting your return. I thought it would be, I thought what we would perhaps do is allow for the AG and the department to present, and hopefully when you return, then we could allow for members to interact with your opening remarks. I hope that should be able to work, considering that you have to leave us at 1 o'clock, if I'm correct. So I think we'll move in that particular fashion, honorable members. Colleagues, it's now 9 o'clock. I'd like for us to move into the AG's presentation. That one shouldn't take long. And as I had said earlier on, if we could start from perhaps slide 5, because I think everything else we should be knowing as honorable members by now. So over to you, colleagues from the AG's office.
Thank you so much. And good morning, honorable members, honorable minister, and the department as well, and the entities. I am Michelle Margaman. I'm leading the team from the AG. I have with me Zamahlangum Dichwa, who will be taking you through the presentation. I also have Thomas with me. I think I did see him. He's the senior manager in charge of the NSFAS audit. We will take you through the presentation. The presentation, just to give you an introduction, we did the proactive review for the 2022-23 APPs, and the proactive review is part of one of our value-adding functions that we do, just to give an early warning to say, how does your APP look? Is it useful or not? And if changes can be made, they should be made. Yes, we did have a few findings, but you'll see in the presentation that the entities in the main have resolved those findings. So the APPs that do sit before you for the entities have effected the changes that we had presented to them. So in our presentation, it's really just to give you an observation to say, these are the areas that we did find. So in future, these are the things that the entities should look out for when they do prepare their APPs. The second part of the presentation, it's to introduce to you what we are planning to do as the Office of the Auditor-General in terms of strengthening our messages around the impact that some of the reported targets have in terms of the lived experiences of the citizens. So you'll see that in the presentation, we are giving you an analysis of what we will be looking at, and also that we are looking at the end of the audit to say, the reported targets or what you said you're going to do, is it really impacting the citizens, or is the planning more around input rather than output? And really it's just to give a value add and to start with the conversation to say, are we planning to make sure that we are yielding the results that we need to yield? And we'll also be looking at the ecosystem, the landscape of the DHET portfolio to say, are all the role players playing their role in terms of making sure that the service delivery is also achieved. So that is an exciting part of the Auditor-General that we are starting with for the current year, and we'll be building on that message as the years progress. So this year we'll be starting with that, and that's why I thought that it is key that we bring this to you now, and then we have that conversation once we finish the audits, where we give you a message to say this is what we're looking at, and whether some of these targets are yielding some of the impact that we would want to see in the country. So I'm going to hand over to Zamahlango just to take you through the presentation. Zamahlango, you can just share the presentation and then start on slide 5. Thanks.
Thank you, Michelle. Good morning to the Honourable Chairperson, the Honourable members, Honourable Minister, and all the delegations that are part of the meeting. So I'll just take you through the presentation as per your guidance, Chairperson, from slide 5. I'm just going to switch off my video so I can do the presentation. So starting from slide 5, so the objective as to why we're actually doing the proactive review of the annual performance plans, because we look at them a year ahead of time, which is basically that to provide an early warning regarding the usefulness of the targets and the indicators that are actually being set in the planning documents of the different institutions, whether it be the department or the entities under the department. We focus on whether the targets or the indicators are smart, whether, which basically means whether they're specific, they're measurable, they're achievable, they're relevant, and they are time-bound. And this is as per the different frameworks that require this. So this review doesn't actually look at the detailed procedures where we look at the underlying systems or the supporting documentation. So we're just looking at specifically the planning documents and the targets that you have and indicators, whether they actually meet the criteria as per the framework. But we don't look at whether the verifiability now of those indicators based on the audit evidence that is there. We do that during the audit process when we look at the reliability of the reported achievements. So when we talk about good performance indicators, in terms of the framework, we talk about indicators that are reliable, which means they must be accurate enough for the intended use and respond to the different changes. They must be well defined, which means they need to be clear and not have ambiguous definitions, and that the data must be collected consistently, and a person must be able to easily understand the user. They must be verifiable, which means they must be possible to validate the processes and the systems. And then they must be cost effective, which means the usefulness of the indicator must justify the cost of actually collecting the data, must be appropriate, must avoid unintended consequences and encourage service delivery improvements, which is what Michelle just indicated now that we're actually going to be zooming into a lot as per our new strategy. And then lastly, a good indicator must be relevant, which means they must relate logically and directly to the aspects of the institution's mandate. And then when we now look into the actual targets themselves, where we say that they must be smart targets, we speak about them being specific, which means the nature and required level of performance must be clearly identified. They must be measurable. The required performance must be measured. They must be achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Like time-bound meaning that the deadlines for delivery of the specific target must be quite clear on the actual target itself. And then what we look at now when we look at the usefulness of the indicators and targets on the APPs or the strat plans as well. We look at the consistency, measurability, and relevance. There's other criteria that we look at, but we decided to zoom into these three because these are the three where we usually or commonly find errors when we look at the annual performance plans. So in terms of consistency, looking at whether the performance indicators and targets are actually consistent with what has been planned. So what they're reporting and what they are planning is actually consistent. So the reported indicators need to be consistent and complete when compared to the planned indicators. And that's the same with the targets as well. Also, if there's any changes to the indicators and targets that they are approved by the correct levels, we look at that when we're looking at consistency. And then we also look at whether the reported achievement is actually consistent with what has been planned and reported indicators and targets. So just making an example is if you are the department is now just in a simple example, if they are now reporting that they've built 5 call it TVET colleges, we need to look at whether that was the actual plan. If maybe the plan was to maybe build 5 roads, so there needs to be that consistency between what you are reporting as an achievement and what has been planned, because there needs to be that consistency amongst those 2 documents. And then we look at measurability as well, whether the performance indicators are well-defined, verifiable, the targets are specific, measurable, and time-bound, as I just indicated on the previous slide when I talk about the indicators and targets being smart. So that's what we look at in terms of measurability. And then in terms of relevance, looking at whether the performance indicators relate logically and directly to an aspect of the entity's mandate and also the realization of a specific strategic goal or objective. So all in all, we're saying that well-defined indicators that are aligned to the government priorities will ultimately impact the achievement of service delivery and impact the lives of the citizens of the country. So just in overall, I think that's what we are mostly focusing on, to see if the planning documents or the plans that we have as the different institutions, whether it be the departments or the entities, firstly, are those plans aligned to government priorities? And then secondly, do these have a direct impact in the lives of the citizens of the country in terms of the objective or the mandate of the different institutions? In terms of our observations, I'll just take you through what we identified when we looked at the different APPs. And like Michelle has already indicated, we went through a process of reviewing the APPs, and that necessary adjustments were made on the APPs. So the final APPs that would be submitted to Parliament would actually have affected these changes. But the objective is so that we also give you an indication of the things that we are picking up when we actually looking at the planning documents in terms of just the internal controls that they have, that they are lacking within the institutions to actually produce APPs that are actually useful. So the first thing that we look at, also just looking at the different stakeholder ecosystems, which is something that we are focusing on a lot on in terms of our new strategy, just for every portfolio that we're going to be looking at, just drilling into the different stakeholders that feed into that particular portfolio and to see how they contribute to the achievement of the actual, mandate or the mandate of that particular portfolio in what it is that they're meant to be doing. So in terms of the higher education space, we literally had to look at all the different players that feed into the department, whether it be at your education and training institutions, your support institutions, your qualifications and quality assurance bodies, or your skills levy organizations, and then see how they all feed into, so the plans that they have as the different institutions, do they lead to the department meeting their mandate, which is basically not even just the department, but the portfolio as a whole. Are the different role players doing what they meant to be doing in terms of making sure that collectively the mandate of the portfolio is actually met? So we're going to be drilling a lot into that when we're looking at even when we're doing the actual audit, so that we can actually come back with a message to see where accountability should actually lie as well. Just in terms of now looking at the APPs, so like I mentioned earlier, the process that we did, we selected programs that linked to the mandate of the different institutions. Now this is the department and the entities of the department. We conducted an assessment of the usefulness of the planned indicators and targets, and then we communicated these findings and with the recommendations to management. And management has actually actioned the recommendations that we have put in place. Hence, I'm saying that the APPs that would actually now sit at your tables would not necessarily have the errors that we have. We would be presenting in terms of what we picked up. The only institution that has not necessarily affected the changes yet, because they're still in the process of communication, the findings that we had would be the NSFAS. So that's where the APP process is still ongoing in terms of now raising, changing the finding that we would actually have picked up on the APP. But the rest, all the changes have been made. So just in terms of just looking at all the entities within the portfolio and the department, so 15 out of the 27 actually had material findings on the usefulness of the APPs, and then 12 actually did not have any findings that we picked up on the actual APPs. So basically in the portfolio, there's still some work that needs to be done in terms of just the internal controls in the institutions to make sure that the APPs that are actually even submitted to us for audit are actually free from any errors, and they're actually complying with the frameworks in them being useful, especially to the users of the financial statements. Because if we hadn't done the APP reviews and they would have been finalized and submitted for audit, when we're coming to present the audit outcomes, it would actually have an impact in terms of now the usefulness in the audit report. So I think that's just those areas that would need to be attended to by the management of the different institutions. So what we did pick up when we looked at the usefulness of the indicators and targets, starting with measurability, where we have identified that some output indicators were not clearly defined. So you'd find in instances where the indicator itself, a user would not necessarily be able to understand what the indicator is about. And in terms of the framework, the indicator needs to be specific so that it's actually measurable. So an example would be like at the department, there was an indicator that spoke about number of students enrolled in PLP to improve success. So there needs to be, like using an acronym like PLP, you would need to break it down so that the user can understand what PLP is, so that the user can be able to understand what it is that you're actually planning. So in terms of the technical indicator definition, or whether the indicator itself, there needs to be a breakdown or a definition of to what does that mean, so that a person can actually clearly understand. So those are the things that we actually picked up when we looked at some of the indicators. Technical indicator descriptions for some indicators were not designed to enable data to be collected consistently. In terms of the framework, there needs to be technical indicator descriptions for every indicator. So we find instances where there wasn't a TID for every indicator. Means of verifications for some of the indicators were not documented on the TIDs. In some instances, the definition of the sub-programs are not defining what the programs were intended to achieve. Calculation types on the TID is not there. No clear explanation provided on how some of the indicators would be measured. And then in some instances where incorrect reporting cycles and calculation types were documented on the TIDs. So basically for just the points that I documented, they just speak to the adequacy of the TID that were in place. Because the TID is actually meant to provide as much information as possible for the user to be able to understand and measure the performance relating to those performance indicators. So we found gaps in terms of just how they were doing, either not having a TID at all or certain information missing in the TIDs themselves. Now, in terms of consistency, we identified instances where there was an inconsistency between the strat plan and the draft APP that was submitted for review. Quarterly targets not always agreeing to the annual targets. And in some instances, there were no correlation between the indicator title and the actual definitions that are there on the TIDs. So these are the issues in terms of consistency that we picked up. Again, it's areas that should have been picked up by the internal processes within the different institutions so that the reviews actually, pick up these errors, especially relating to consistency. So these are the observations when we looked at the different indicators and targets at the different institutions. So our focus in terms of the process, like I indicated earlier on, we just focusing on whether there is alignment between the plans of the different institutions and government priorities, and then also in terms of these plans, the impact that they have on the lived experiences of the people of the country, whether it be through service delivery. So we just having that drill down assessment of the process in terms of your international goals, your NDP, your MTSF, your National Skills Development Plan, how they all these feed into the plans that the department and the entities have on the strat plans and the APPs, how these are actually monitored and the outcomes of these in terms of now the implementation of plans, and then now the impact that these has. What we've highlighted there in orange in terms of the cycle here, the outcome and the impact is what we're actually going to be focusing a lot on, because we have been looking at whether there's alignment in terms of the government planning documents and the planning documents of the different institutions, but then also just looking at how these plans impact the lives. Is it filtering through in terms of now the people of the country actually feeling, having an impact in what is actually being planned and implemented by the different institutions? So that's what we are going to be having a message on. Our recommendations to the committee, starting off with, we recommend that the committee assess that the planned targets and indicators are actually linked to the mandate of the institutions, and that these indicators also derive service delivery as an output. And then the next one would be to review the quarterly performance report and obtain actions by management on the targets that have not been achieved, and then assess the impact that that non-achievement of these targets has on service delivery as aligned to the entity's mandate. Request from the department and its entity a progress report detailing a performance against the budget, because there shouldn't be a misalignment between the actual performance of the institutions and their budget. Fully incorporate all the role players within the higher education ecosystem to provide the committee with feedback on their achievement as required by their mandate. Just accountability in terms of the different stakeholder ecosystems within the higher education space. And then the review of the performance against the 5-year strategic plan and determine if the objectives or future objectives would still be obtainable. And then lastly, we recommend that the committee, we encourage the committee to continue monitoring the action plans implemented by the entities to address the prior audit findings or any findings that we actually pick up in terms of our review, whether it be the APP reviews or any other reviews that we actually would be having. I will leave it there, Chairperson, just in terms of just our observation when we looked at the APPs of the department and its entities. I'll hand over to Michelle if she's got any closing remarks. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Sama. That is our presentation. And as I stated, we are looking forward to starting this journey where we're going to really look at the type of targets that are being set and whether it is achieving the output that would be included in the strategy documents. And the recommendations that we are proposing to the committee is really a forward-looking recommendation, just for us to see if there are any gaps in terms of service delivery, as well as what we are planning in the APPs. Thank you so much, Chair. I'm going to hand back over to you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. One must really appreciate the focus that your presentation has in terms of the impact of our work on the daily lived realities of citizens. I actually feel like colleagues could be, quoting me there, because that's something I tend to say quite often, particularly in our last engagements, where I said, we really need your help in strengthening our entities and our departments in terms of being able to manage their finances and to plan better, and to, in terms of, you know, in terms of good governance and functional management. It was very important for us to, apologies colleagues, there's a phone that's ringing here. I'd like to just switch it off if you can give me a second. Sincerest apologies for that, colleagues. So what I was saying was that in terms of, you know, good governance and management, and having that right, in order for us to be able to ensure that our departments and our entities are able to have a direct impact on the lived realities of citizens, one really appreciates, you know, the focus of your presentation this morning on that. But I think for myself, I would appreciate it if perhaps we engage with the AG's presentation first, colleagues, before we move into the department's presentation, because maybe it can assist us in some of the questions, or how we sort of appreciate what may come out in the department's presentation. So I will begin to note hands from members who would like, you know, to have some understanding of the presentation from the AG's office. I'd like to take hands at this point. I don't see any hands going up. I see Honorable Mananiso's hand has gone up. I think from my side, colleagues, you know, you raise concerns, a number of concerns around the usefulness of indicators, raising concern around the measurability and consistency of those particular indicators. And you are saying that you have been able to fix or change some of those areas of concern. And in fact, you say that you're still working on some of the areas of concern with NSFAS in particular. So, in that sense, then, what we would appreciate as a portfolio committee is perhaps a detailed report on those observations that you made, if that is possible. And then, of course, there you would be able to indicate the exact areas of concern. So, yeah, I think that is it from my side in terms of the AG's presentation. And then maybe, you know, if colleagues could bring us into confidence. So one's understanding is that the way in which we plan must inspire enough confidence in terms of the budget that then must be allocated to our planning. Now, from the AG's perspective, do we see, are we brought into confidence that when colleagues are saying, you know, in order for us to achieve X, Y, Z in the sector, we need an increased budget. Does the planning that has been brought to us inspire enough confidence for us to advocate for increased funding for those areas of concern? I think that because also, I mean, linking it to reports in the past and whether or not we have been able to utilize those funds adequately enough, you know, and therefore when we're calling for an increased budget, but we're not using the funds that are allocated to us at this point in time, and now even moving that particular concern into the planning and whether the planning correlates to the need for increased funding in the sector. I think that's it from my side. I note Honorable Mananiso, Honorable Kumalo, Honorable King, Honorable Makesi, questions directly linked to the work of the AG and not necessarily that of which should be coming from a response that should be coming from the department and its entities, colleagues. So I'll take us in that particular order. Honorable Mananiso.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by actually welcoming the report. And one must say that as members of Parliament, we are actually empowered and strengthened to do our oversight and accountability in these entities. And Chair, I don't want to repeat what you have said in terms of inconsistencies by the department with regards to indicators and their target. And I think that some of the issues that have been raised is things that would make follow up with the department with regards to what is their action plan or with regards to responding to the recommendation given to them, as well as what you have touched on with regards to NSFAS. And I just want to ask the AG one question that do they have specific deadline for NSFAS to actually to deal with issues that are still pending with regards to their findings? That is the only question that I had with regards to what has been presented. And I think, Chair, as you could have said, their report actually assists us in terms of dealing with issues that we would want to actually address in this particular sector, so that we are able to take South Africa forward and we are empowered. And most of the questions that one would want to ask will be dealt with entities. So thank you for an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Manani. So Honorable Khumalo.
Thanks, Honorable Chair, and good morning to all the colleagues. Chair, I think I've been covered, in the interest of time, I've been covered by Honorable Mananiso. My concern was also around the process plan and the development of APPs by NEFSAs without having implemented the findings that the AG had found. So I'll be covered by Honorable Mananiso. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Khumalo. Honorable King.
Good day, everyone. So my concern is also just basically to find out which specific areas in the APPs was not deemed useful, especially when we consider NEFSA. Was it more on the ICT, the administration side of it? It would be nice if we can have a list maybe from the Auditor-General in that regard. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable King. Honorable Makesi.
Good morning, Chair. I'm struggling with my sound. I don't know if you'll be able to hear me. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
I can hear you. You may continue.
Sorry, I can continue. Okay, thank you. Chair, my concern is mainly on what the AG is. Recording in progress. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to use another device to connect because of the sound. Oh yes, okay. Now then I can move into this one. Just bear with me, Chair. I'm sorry about that. I've been having problems with my internet and all that. Okay, let me just leave this.
Honorable Makesi, what's the challenge?
I'm having a problem with the sound.
Voice is on, so we can hear you on our side.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take that much time. I just wanted to find out, the AG's observation implies that the department's APP does not comply with the SMART principles. And I think that could actually ultimately, have a problem, show the indications when it comes to, fruitless and wasteful and irregular expenditure. I just want to find out, what is the AG going to do to ensure that the department is at par in terms of looking at their targets to make sure that they are able to comply, given the fact that if they continue to will not be able to, at some stage, they might be finding not to be able to comply with the AG's recommendations. So what is the AG going to do to make sure that, the personnel, that are responsible for ensuring that these targets have been met by the department, that they train them and they ensure that they have a good understanding of what is required by the AG. And also, I would like them to also find out, there's also a reason that one other thing that the Department of Higher Education, I know you're saying that we cannot department specifically about this, but I think in the interest of making sure that the AG also, understand what is what wants, the view and what will be the framework for that? How long will it take for them to do that? And if they're not, why? So if they can maybe be able to respond to the department, to AG on that, the department that we should bring them the department on this, but I think maybe in the interest of the AG of having a response on that, it would be good to have that. Thank you, Chair. Otherwise, I've been covered by the other members.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable Khumalo, I'd like to believe that's a legacy hand.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, colleagues. I'd like to now hand over to the AG's office. I'd like to assure members that the AG's office will not be leaving the meeting, I believe, till the end. And so if there are particular questions that may arise as time goes that are entity or department specific, where we still would like the AG's input, the AG's office, as far as I understand, will not be leaving us until the end of our session today. And so I'd like to then hand over to colleagues from the AG's office to make their responses. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. And I will start, Chair, you'll just help me with the last question, because I think there was quite a break for me at the end there. So if I'm not covering it, you'll just indicate for me. In terms of the question, the one in terms of the detail of the entities, we will do a document and send it through just to give you an indication of what are for the different, the 15 where we had findings, what are the type of findings that we identified. Noting that during the discussions, and this will close the question in terms of what do we do. So we do raise the communication to management. Do we have the discussions with them in terms of why we raised it, why we see it like that. In some instances, we are able to find each other. Some instances we say, no, you need to go and update. So the updating has been done. So the APPs have been updated with the findings that we've raised. And we will then share that summary with you for the 27, for the 15 entities where we had findings. In terms of the budget, in terms of whether the allocation is there, we don't necessarily get involved or look at whether it's sufficient or not. I think we leave that in terms of the department itself, and for them to do the decisions that need to be made. However, what we have noted in the past is that you do find that targets are not necessarily met in the past. But therefore the budget has been exceeded, or the budget has been utilized. So there's no link between the achievement and the budget, which is concerning. And then we also noted that in some of them, that if you haven't achieved in the prior year, how do you then roll over that to the current year, and what budget are you going to utilize? And you'll see that in some of them, you won't necessarily see that the indicators from the prior year that were not achieved, now they're coming into the current year, and what is the budget for that? And then what is the current year targets, and what is the budget for that? And I think that one, Chairperson, is something that we noted in the audit itself, and we did not necessarily bring it for the APP review, because here we were primarily looking at the the usefulness of the APP. But if you do look at the some of the findings that we raised in the audit report, and also in this current year, we will also be looking at this element to say, what are the targets that you've achieved, and what is your budget looking like, and is there a correlation? And if there's no correlation, what are the reasons for that? There could be valid reasons why that is the case. There could be, the reasons could not be valid, and that will be able to give an analysis. But for answering your question is to say, we do have that red flag to say the targets from the prior year that were budgeted are sometimes coming into the current year, utilizing the funds for the current year, but there's no real correlation. And that's why the quarterly monitoring is important, because then you'll be able to see quarterly what is the budget that is utilized and what are the targets that are being achieved, so that you can also clearly see if the funds are being utilized accordingly, or there needs to be a reason why there's a discrepancy in that. So hopefully that will cover your question on the budget. I am with the executive from our office that's in charge of the NSFAS audit, and I'll just maybe give him a minute just to respond on NSFAS. I do note that they are still going to communicate with management in terms of those findings. So we won't necessarily be able to give too much detail in terms of that, because we need to afford management an opportunity to respond, and then we'll be able to give a final report. So Thomas, maybe you can just give some background there. Thank you.
No, thank you, Michelle, and good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. As correctly stated by Michelle, with regards to NSFAS, that we are in discussion with management with regards to the review that we have done, and then we will provide honorable members with feedback in terms of what management has done to those items that we have identified, or our observations as it relates to NSFAS. So we will do that, and we'll revert back to the committee. I suspect in the same document that I think Michelle committed to earlier, to say we will provide a document to the honorable members, and then we will also indicate our observations in the same document to yourselves. Thank you.
Thanks, Thomas. Honorable member, I think I've covered all the questions. Like I indicated, the last one was not necessarily too clear for me. Maybe you can assist me if I haven't covered it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I think perhaps Honorable Makesi, if you could at a later stage, when we now have engaged with the department's presentation, if you can come back with that question. Your network was a bit bad. So we'll leave it at that for now, and then Honorable Makesi will come back with that question. Colleagues from the AG's office will then come back at that point in time. I would then like to hand over to the DG's office. It is now 9:40. I think we had allocated, sorry, to the department. Did I just say DG's office? I'd now like to hand over to the department. I think this particular part of the presentation will be led by the DG. It's 9:40. So DG, you have an hour to present. I will have to cut you off when the hour has been exceeded. I'll just switch on my camera about 10 minutes before that to indicate that we need to wrap up. But over to you, DG.
Chairperson, 1 hour I think is enough for us to present the on the annual performance plan of our department. Allow me, Chair, to thank you for the opportunity and to also recognize the distinguished honorable members of and honorable members of the portfolio committee present, and our colleagues and representatives from various entities of our department. A lot of work has been done already with the opening remarks of the minister, which in my mind have highlighted the key areas, that we are going to be presenting. And therefore, I will try not to overemphasize the issues which the minister has covered. The outline of our presentation is reflected, showing the key areas that we will focus. Some of them has been specifically requested by the portfolio committee, and therefore they will be familiar members of the portfolio committee with those issues because it's our response to the request. But the rest of the presentation is and its structure is the normal structure, that we follow in each time we present on the annual performance plan. I am not alone, Chair. I am with my colleagues, the Deputy Directors General of the Department of Education, Higher Education, who are here, and they are recognized and respected, and they will come through at some point, particularly when we deal with the questions, to assist us. May I also recognize the team led by Mr. Mgiba that has compiled the report and ensured that it is aligned to the requirements of the portfolio committee. I have to emphasize a need for an integrated and coordinated PSET system. An achievement of this integration will promote the articulation which was emphasized by the minister earlier on. And therefore, our task is to provide the strategic leadership on the sector to ensure that steering mechanisms are developed, and this would be your policies, guidelines, and other inputs that ensure that we hold accountable those in the system who are unable to assist us to get to the point of the vision of our department. The effective oversight, a number of times has been mentioned in the previous meetings, and even the presentation by AG now particularly makes an emphasis on NSFAS to indicate that there is an important role that the department needs to play in ensuring compliance with the legislation and the mandate and the policies that drives the mandate of our department. The funding of our institutions and entities is going to be important, and indeed, Auditor-General, it's going to be, through your chair, very key going forward, how we establish the levers in the strategic plans of our department that ensures alignment between strategy and practice. And I think this is not an easy task, because when you do your operational plan, you go beyond just articulating the objectives, but you also further indicate the cost of getting that done. And this will vary from one department to the other, from one province to the other, even within the provincial departments. The distance between the cities and the far-flung areas, it has cost implications. And therefore, it's an exercise that needs to be conducted. And I think the strategy by the AG of ensuring that there's a link between our plans and service delivery mandates is progressive, but it's going to be work in progress from now onwards. And from our side as a department, we commit to supporting the Auditor-General in this exercise. And I'm sure we are going to get it right, because we are determined to make a success out of it, because we believe in it, and we feel that it is that point when service delivery becomes, not just part of a rhetoric, but it is, visible in the plans that we are developing. We're not going to go through the legislative mandate of the department, but it's important to reflect on it. And it's also important that we show how our policies and strategies, how these are informed, or they inform the planning cycle. And I think this is where we will start, Michelle, in the exercise for the costing of the work. What we aim to achieve by the next 5 years is important. Chair, for me, this is the most important slide, because when the minister made an input earlier, he highlighted how important it is that we ensure that we improve access to the post-school education and training system, particularly emphasizing community education and training, as well as DHET, as the areas that needs our focus, indicating that we've inherited a regime that has a budget that is, largely concentrated on programs that are aligned to program 3 for universities, and that going forward, we are not going to de-emphasize the key driving mechanisms or steering mechanisms here, but we will be ensuring that we turn the tide by reprioritizing community education and training, and I will make that point a little later. But I think this slide is important because it covers the strategy of the department, or the goals of the department for the next 5 years. An expanded access to PSET opportunities. And I think when the president committed, and the Minister of Higher Education and Training, made a further, emphasis on those commitments of close to 10,500 DHET graduates in terms of their placement. We are not only just occupied with opportunities, but we want those opportunities to be turned into tangible and long-term and sustainable, chances or life chances for young people in particular. Improving efficiencies and success of the PSET system will be impossible without student access and student success. And therefore, in this regard, this particular area, begins to speak, into this improved quality of PSET provisioning. And I think you can see that these goals are not goals of Head Office Pretoria, Department of Higher Education. These are goals of our entities as well. All our entities, all the APPs of our entities are directed towards attainment of these objectives. So when we present like this, we are not presenting on behalf of a you know, and a kind of a head office view of this, but we are providing the objectives that drives the agenda and of skills development, for example, in all our sectorial plans. There must be an alignment with this. We must see how, for example, universities are driving their programs towards a responsive PSET system. And you are going to see that in this presentation, we emphasize plans by various institutions to show how articulation is going to be achieved. So we are beginning not just to say we are driving a program to ensure articulation, but we are saying to do it, we will identify certain institutions that must at the beginning present plans, and we will scale it up until the entire system, you know, resonate with the pace and the rhythm towards the attainment of those 5-term goals. And I think what the minister presented earlier was to actually deal with that issue. The impact of our implementation plans will ensure and improve social and economic development of our country, and in particular our economy. And we are specific about our contribution towards the ERRP in this regard. And I think earlier on when the minister spoke, emphasized that when we speak of universities, there are 5 key issues which, or 5 key drivers for university programs, including teaching, including learning, including research, including key program areas that include contribution towards better infrastructure that allows for growth and that allows for access and so forth. Obviously, aligned to these plans, we are demonstrating to the honorable members that there are plans that seek to make sure that those plans are, there's funding, to ensure the implementation takes place. And we provide a breakdown of what goes into each sector. I think I need to just mention that in respect of the university sector, as much as we are saying 84.1% of our budget goes to universities, actually about 14% of that goes to TVET colleges because it's NSFAS portion. So it's around 65% that actually goes to universities. Still, the point is the lion's share of our budget still goes to the university sector. But I think it's important to highlight that when it comes to NSFAS, it's a program that caters for, and increasingly is going to be so. And there's going to be less and less of the resources of NSFAS that goes only to universities as we share the slice of that budget with community education and training and other innovations, within the system of innovation that we are running collaboratively with the DSI. TVET colleges, our CET college, our emphasis is on this CET college, and I think you can see compared to previous years that we are beginning to prioritize this sector, and largely this amount of 2.3 billion is going to drive the implementation of the resolutions of the summit, of the community education and training. And the CETA program will emphasize the area of the placement of graduates to workplaces, and with NSF continuing to drive their agenda for skills throughout the economy of our country. Key measures of performance are reflected, and they include infrastructure development. And I think the minister did mention that this is a key area for this year. And particularly the reason is this is not just an operational item, but it is an item that seeks to ensure stability in the sector. There shall be no stability if there is no accommodation for students. There shall be no access, expanded access, if this item is not looked into. And so it has become very important. We've got mechanisms that we've developed to ensure that there is success in this regard. Chair, the update that is in this slide is your own request that we provide a sense of progress regarding the development of the comprehensive funding model for the PSET system. And we will refer you to the two reports that covered the history, the overview, the timelines, synthesis of work done from the commencement of NSFAS up to 2021, as well as refer you to our consultation with Cabinet. And so all of this is work that has been done. So we are not just presenting a wish list, but we are presenting milestones that have been achieved. And we expect, Chair, that by the end of this month, we receive a comprehensive draft report, so that by the end of October this year, we have consulted throughout the length and breadth of our country, all our social partners and stakeholders, and have had inputs from them, so that at the end, that funding model will be based on the ownership, by the majority of our stakeholders going forward. I think it is very clear to us that our government has prioritized the key areas, which is the student funding being one of them. The MTT continues this work, developing options, modeling as well, including DHET policy modeling to access its long-term implications, and as well as ensuring an understanding of the qualification pathways for student funding and exploration of the scarce and critical skills funding models. We will also be conducting a mapping and reviewing of all student funding in the system, ensuring that a survey is conducted in all the higher education and training institutions, so that data and analysis that is underway inform the decision making, and so that management decisions are based on clear evidence base. I think this is very important. The key areas in this regard are reflected. The procurement of the recruitment system was delayed due to National Treasury restrictions on procurement, but we are working on this area, and you will see this time around that the 148 or so adverts of our posts this year are going to be on the basis of the e-link, and so we are beginning to move towards an electronic application system that will ensure that there is improved efficiency, but also improved speed, and of the turnaround, not just merely complying with the timeframes, but also improving continuously on the turnaround time, so that service delivery benefits in this regard. Key programs outputs for the financial year are stated, and these are important. And I think that your presentation by the Auditor-General makes an emphasis that in each of our programs, there must be clear outputs that are aligned to the strategic plan. And how you see this is by the extent to which these key outputs are achieved. And I think they are stated clearly. We want to ensure that we improve on the current 11.2% vacancy, filling of the vacancies to 10%. That will significantly ensure that not only do we comply with the targets, but there is gradual improvements, and from there on, each year we want to see an improvement in the development of the capacity of the system to implement. We need to ensure that all our invoices and from our creditors are paid on time. We are at 99.99% at this point in time, and we have shown in the past that, notwithstanding this achievement, we know what it means to that one particular service provider that has not been paid. The implications for the employees of those organizations, and we have no plans to tolerate non-compliance with these key outputs that are reflected. For program 2, the outputs are also reflected. I think it's a key program, program 2, Chair. It's a key program that seek to ensure that quality of provisioning is assured. There will be a set of mechanisms such as gazetting of the revised RPL coordination policy, ensuring NQF amendment bill is submitted. I think the chair of SAQA, Dr. Lulwana, will be very happy that we committing to this submission to Parliament for approval, and this is key, in this regard to promoting quality assurance throughout the system. Submission to the minister, a policy brief on articulation. Here we are talking about plans by each institutions, as I've indicated earlier, that each institution must now commit plans for articulation so that we can monitor the implementation of those plans. The development of policy brief on e-learning will be key. Infrastructure, I have cited it earlier on as important. We've centralized this to improve on the efficiencies in the administration, but also improve on the quality of provisioning and the compliance issues that have emerged in the past will be dealt with in that regard. Research to support strategic decision making, as well as international relations, are emphasized. The issues of we say in the department, our targets drive the system towards the quintable challenges of our country, including poverty, inequalities, unemployment. But we say quintable because we have added gender-based violence and femicide as key areas. As you can see, we've got a dedicated unit that deals with social inclusion and equity, where issues of gender-based violence and femicide are dealt with through policy mechanisms that are produced. And there's a report of the implementation of these mechanisms that we keep producing to show that in our monitoring, what are our observations? Is there compliance on the ground? Are institutions complying with the policy frameworks that we've put in place? You can see that we are not satisfied with just there are steering mechanisms, but we are saying that we go further to look into identifying levers for verification of the implementation, so that those obstinate areas are dealt with. We've spoken at length about the university program, and I think I'm not going to spend too much time on it, except to say that in this particular slide, we show that this particular program aims to develop and coordinate policy and regulatory frameworks for effective and efficient university system, and we provide a financial and other support to universities and NSFAS and the National Higher Education Institute, to making sure that all of these investments are realized, and we in program 3 clearly indicate and emphasize the issues of access to universities. And therefore, in this regard, enrollment statistics are provided to show the difference between the targets and the baseline, so that you can actually see the extent to which we are committing towards attainment of our target from the baseline, that is reflected. The completion statistics, are important because they are an indicator of the success levels, and where we are not satisfied with the successes, we are going to put more effort towards the attainment of the goals. The completion targets are also provided in terms of specific graduation fields, so that you can actually see what are the statistics when it comes to engineering annually, when it comes to physical sciences, when it comes to human health sciences. Look at our master's programs, you can actually see that the baseline, we have exceeded the targets, and we have exceeded by far. But obviously, when it comes to production of our doctoral graduates, we've not matched it as good as we would like, but we are almost there, and we need to look into how this is done as well, and work is being done to improve in these areas. Key program outputs for the financial year are reflected, and I think these members have seen. If there are questions, we will answer them, but we are not going to emphasize them in the next 15 minutes that I have, Chair. The university education key program outputs, the key program outputs for program 4 are also reflected. We have made an emphasis on the development of a 3-year enrollment plan, so that we comply with the goals of the National Development Plan. And we are disappointed that because of financial capacity of the sector, we've not been able to expand the sector as much as we wish. But we are not giving up on it. With the current level of resources that are allocated in this financial year, we are clearly prioritizing this area so that we continue to expand and increase the number of student enrollments in the sector, establish additional units that deals with the disability related issues. This is our key priorities, ensuring that by the 31st of March 2023, none of our TVET institutions are without a disability support unit for students with disabilities. And in as much as we are emphasizing the issues of gender-based violence and femicide, we are also emphasizing the issues around disabilities amongst our students. And I think our transformation drive prioritizes these areas. We are going to, through our centers of specialization, begin to work towards the occupations in high demand, the reports that seek to indicate what kind of skills. You will recall, Chair, the labor market intelligence program, that the modeling that was done through that program began to look forward into the future to say what kind of global occupations are we going to see in the next by 2063, Agenda 63, what kind of careers are we going to see? So through our career development system, but also now through our improvement in the curriculum offerings, driven by the centers of specialization, you are going to be gradually seeing this area of improvement in these areas. In program 5, the key outputs on access emphasizes emphasizes the learners that will pass artisan trade tests in this particular financial year, and we are aiming at an increase of more than 15,000 students from 2021. And I think you can actually see that the drive for the increase in the number of learners graduating through the trade testing is important. And this is not an impossible dream. We know how we are going to achieve this. One of the areas is to decentralize the work that we do at Indlela, to making sure that there is accessibility of trade testing throughout all the regions. And this is how we're going to keep increasing on these numbers, Chairperson. In the next 10 minutes, I do wish to emphasize the fact that we are fresh from the CET summit, and the resolutions of the summit will drive the key outputs, ensuring that the review of 5-year enrollment plans for CET colleges are approved on time, that we develop a sustainable funding model on time, and that we increase student enrollments in CET colleges. And by ensuring that we implement those resolutions of our summit, and we are excited about them, and we are going to be engaging our stakeholders in this regard, making sure that we bring along the stakeholders with us, particularly our students, associations, and organizations, so that they work with us, they understand and appreciate our challenges, and they can see the vision that it drives the sector. This sector will ensure that at least 40,000 CET college students complete the GTC, that 2 new accredited programs and part-time qualifications are offered, that we produce a report on implementation of the open learning and teaching support materials, that on quality and provisioning, at least 95% of our CETs meet the standards of good governance. Although really our key focus is on the accreditation of the training programs, so that we ensure that not only are programs meaningful, but these programs are also, Chairperson, aligned to the priority of skills. I would like to bring on board the CFO at this point in time to present on the key areas of our budget structure going forward. Over to you, CFO.
Thank you very much, DG. Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, and colleagues. As the DG has mentioned, I will be taking you through the financial information, which covers our budget structure, the budget trends over the 2022 MTF period, and I will also take you through a summary of the allocation over the same MTF cycle, as well as the summary of the allocation for this financial year 2022-2023. I will not spend more time on this budget structure because DG has already. Am I audible, Chairperson?
Yes, you are. Apologies for that. You can continue.
Well, that is not any form of control.
Please, can we mute the device?
They have to be part of what's
device,
known as a closed user group in
It's Kokecho, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will skip this slide because the DG has already addressed the role of each program in the department, but just to remind members that the department's budget is distributed between the 6 programs. The structure hasn't changed even in this MTF cycle. Chairperson and members, our budget has an annual average increase of 7% over the 2022 MTF period. This is the highest increase that we have ever reported in a very long time. Just to remind members, when we came here last year to present the 2021 MTF, we reported an average increase of only 1.4%, which is much lower when compared to the 7% that we are reporting today. We have a baseline increase of 7.546 billion in year 1 of the MTF, which is 2022-23, 10.551 billion in 23-24, and in the last year of the MTF cycle, we have an increase of 12.150 billion. And the baseline increases over the MTF amounts to 30.2 billion in aggregate. And we'll see as we progress through the slides that the increase is mainly attributed to the student funding shortfall, student funding that we the additional funding that we received to cover the student funding shortfall at NSFAS. And these slides show the MTF allocation as we also have moved from the indicative budget to the revised budget. The indicative budget, which is the top row on the slide, is the budget that we had in the previous MTF. And the bottom row on the same slide is the revised allocation, which is the budget that we are having now. And for example, as we can see in year 1, which is 2022-23, we had an indicative budget of 1 to 2.6 billion. However, now our budget is sitting at 1.6 billion rand. So we now see the effect of that 7.5 billion rand increase. And we also see a similar trend continuing in year 2 and in year 3 of the MTF cycle. Although there are some baselines, they are much lesser when compared to the additional funding. The baseline reduction are those that are inside the brackets in red ink. So the overall effect of that is that we have an increase. For example, the reduction in aggregate amounts to 3.7 billion for the MTF cycle, whilst the additional funding amounts to 33.9 billion rand. Hence, we're having the net effect of 30.2 billion, which I presented in the last slide. In the previous slide, rather. Chair, we are grateful to the additional funding that we've received as a department, even though it doesn't necessarily take away the fact that our sector still requires more funding. For example, to expand the DHET sectors, I think DG elaborated on that in his presentation, and also among others to adequately support the CET sector. We can move. As I've mentioned, the additional funds are mainly to address the NSFAS shortfall, but we also received additional funding through the budget facility for infrastructure for the student housing program. I will also give more details shortly. And then in terms of the analysis for the average projected spending for each PSET sector over the MTF period, not just for year one, the average projected spending rate for universities over the MTF period is at 65.4%. As DG has clarified earlier on, this also includes the funding that gets transferred to NSFAS. The projected average spending for the TVET colleges is at 14.3% over the period, the 3-year period. And then the skills levy is at 16.4%. I see the CET sector is not captured on the slide. However, their average projected spending rate over the period is at 2%. Chair, with the resolution that were made at the CET summit that was held in March this year, we are likely to see the picture changing and having an increase in budget for the CET sector, either through reprioritization and through leveraging other sources of funding. And in this slide, it provides more details on the baseline increases. We see a small increase for the TDP SITA. Just to clarify, this has got nothing to do with the skills levy. This is meant to support, this is meant to provide training for the CET lecturers. Also, Chair, through our internal prioritization, we have managed to allocate additional funding to the South African Qualification Authority in year 2 and year 3 of the MTF cycle, just to also augment some of their shortfall for their operations. We are also, Chair, pleased that through our partnership with Development Bank of Southern Africa and National Treasury, we were able to secure additional 900 million rand for the student housing infrastructure program over the next 2 years. We are also pleased that, still on the same slide, we're also pleased that there is continued funding for the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative program. As we can see that the funds are being allocated over the next 2 years. These funds, Chair, are targeting youth employment. I think we've already addressed the issues of NSFAS. We see the amounts that are being allocated, the additional funding. It is 32.6 billion rand over the MTF period. And we're also happy, Chair, to mention that we were able to find a permanent funding to support the CET for the higher health to be able to support our CET sector. So that the funding of 7.3 million that we see on the slide is not just a once-off funding for the MTF, but it will be funded in perpetuity. Thank you very much. We can move. And this slide also, just to provide more information on more details on the increase in the budget. We see the student housing accommodation, the 900 million goes to 4 institutions to help them with the student housing backlog. Tshwane Invest of Technology, we see the amount on the slide. Then we have UKZN, and then the rest is going to our 2 TVET colleges, Gertsibande and Majuba. And also we see there the breakdown of the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative Program, the 404 million rand that has been allocated and broken down. Some is gonna go to National Skills Fund for the youth employment program that we're running with them and the presidency, and the remaining budget goes to university for the employment of the graduates in those universities. And I think I've mentioned SAQA, the money we've given SAQA is to help them with their automation and digitization so that they're able to save costs. We can move. So this slide mainly analyzes the growth of our budget in nominal and in real terms. It also compares spending on higher education to the overall government spending, and also higher education as a percentage of the GDP. In terms of the nominal growth, before taking into account the inflation, the current budget for this financial year, 2022-2023, has increased by 12.6% when compared to what was originally allocated in the prior year. This is far much better than the decline of 1.1% that we have reported when we were presenting the 2021 MTF same time at this committee last year. And also for the 2 outer years, the nominal growth is 3.4% and 5.7% respectively. And when we analyze the budget in real terms, which takes the inflation into account, the budget has increased in all the 3 years, which shows a better picture than what we had in the past. And we also see that the spending in higher education as a share of GDP remains constant at 2%. And then this information, Chair and members, is the details on the skills development levy. And we see the estimate, in terms of the estimate, we will move from where we were when we closed our books on the 31st of March 2022 at 18.9 billion. And we are projecting that at the end of the MTF cycle, we will be collecting 24.1 billion. And then we can skip the slides because I think I've already articulated most of the things. And then this is the slide shows, sorry, I was checking the time. The slide shows the information on the budget, on the analysis of our budget per program, comparing the MTF and the adjusted budget in the prior year. This just to clarify so that members mustn't be confused. This budget is rearranged slightly differently from what the DG has presented on slide 8, because the DG indicated the budget that is attributed to each sector, but this slide is rearranged in terms of the program. For an example, the funding for infrastructure is now under the planning branch, whilst what has been presented earlier on, the funding for infrastructure will be aligned to each sector. Also, what is important to note on this slide, looking at the program under policy, planning policy and strategy, we see a big jump in terms of the budget. We moved from 2.2 billion to 4.9 billion. The increase is showing more than double. This is because our infrastructure budget has been, infrastructure program rather, has been consolidated. And now under program, this is just to ensure better coordination of our infrastructure activities in the sector. And this slide also shows the same budget, but analyzed per economic classification, and our structure has not changed. I'm sure members are now quite aware that more than 90% of our budget comprises of transfers and subsidies. This is the money that gets transferred to our institutions and public entities. I'll provide details on this in the next slide, and also to mention on that slide that our compensation of employee budget constitutes about 8%. And the remaining budget, which is less than 1%, is meant for our operation. And these are the details of all our transfers. We can see that in year 1 of the MT, perhaps we can go back to that slide. In year 1 of the MTF cycle, the total is 118.7 billion rand, and we can see that 47.7 goes to universities in a form of various conditional grants, and then 44.4 billion of that goes to NSFAS, and follows the biggest, third biggest allocation is for skills levy at 20.7 billion rand, then followed by our TVET, but also linking to what the minister has mentioned in his opening remarks, the funds that might be required to support some of our institutions that are affected by the disaster is likely to be reprioritized from these transfers. Chair, members, DG, Minister, DM, I think I will stop there. The last 2 slides really are just a recall of our operational budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues. DG, I'd like to check with you if there's no additional remarks from yourself.
Thank you very much. I think you have been very generous to us, allowing us to exceed by 5 minutes of the time allocated. I wouldn't take advantage of that, Chair, except to say that when our entities begin to their own presentations, the broader outputs that we have articulated will be reflected in their presentations, and we would like to come in at that stage. But overall, I wish to indicate that on the basis of our own analysis, there is a greater measure of compliance from our entities. I think you will see that in the APPs to be presented today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG, and to colleagues from the Department of Higher Education and Training. I would like to, at this point, then allow for members to indicate their interest to engage on the presentation, both the inputs made by the Minister, but as well as the presentation from the department, and perhaps whatever questions at this point that we'd like to then pose to the AG in relation to the presentation that has been made by the department, we can do so. So if I were to begin to note hands, I would take the hand of Honorable Boshoff, Honorable King. Okay, I'll take those hands in the meantime as other hands then go up. Honorable Boshoff, followed by Honorable King. Honorable Mananiso, there's a device here, it's called Zoom User. I note that members considering load shedding may be moving from one device to the other, and therefore some of your devices may not be named. So if colleagues could just check their devices to make sure that throughout this period of us experiencing load shedding and hopping from one device to the other, that we still are consistent in indicating our names. And then I also see the hand of Honorable Makesi. So Zoom User, I've got a feeling it's Honorable Kumalo, but just double check yourself there. All right, Honorable Boshoff, you may continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll just briefly show my face and then I'll switch it off because I think you know what I look like. I just need to confirm that it's me and not some kind of ghost voice. I want to respond to just one aspect, and that is the substantial increase in the NSFAS funding due to the shortfall in student funding. And I think if one looks more broadly than just our department, then this was enabled by the windfall due to the mining income, tax income from mining activities, which accrued to the state, and it should be welcomed, and one is very glad that it is possible. And indeed, the presentation or the offering of post-school education is one of those things that could really help us economy to grow. What I'm concerned about is that if one offers something free, no strings attached, not even pay back after studying, then the demand tends to grow without an end. So we got saved now with this windfall, and we could then fill that gap, which is good and will be to the benefit of the country. But I'm afraid, and that's what I would like the CFO or maybe the DG to respond to, is do we expect the demand to flatten out so that the flattened out funding that is presented in the MTF will be sufficient? Or is it maybe more realistic? That's what I would like to suggest, that we would need a substantial increase maybe every 2 to 3 years, because as I've previously said, if you offer something for free, you tend never to have enough of it. So I would just think this is ever going to flatten out, or what do we expect? Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Boshoff. The next member, Honorable King.
Thank you, Chairperson. When you listen to what the DGS presented, I'm not getting a clear sense of the urgency of the report of the Auditor-General in order to ensure that the APPs are really properly aligned in order to avoid any financial irregularities in the long term. So I would also like in the future if they can give us a report besides the Auditor-General on how they have figured out if the alignment is according to the mandates that the entities have to fulfill, as well as to the mandate of the Department of Higher Education, just to give us a broad understanding of their view on the Auditor-General's report. Also, when it comes to programs 3 and 4, we've noted over the course of the years that there's always some targets which are not met. And now we see that there's increased targets in those programs. So I would just like to know how feasible will it be for them to achieve the desired targets that they've set for themselves, and also if the budget that they've allocated, the increased budget, does it actually substantiate the amount of targets which are not met, because we cannot see budgets being allocated yet they cannot fulfill their own targets. Also going on to Honorable Boshoff's view, when you look at student funding in the main, it is definitely increasing, and at some point you can see it will increase even above those funding earmarked for universities. So my concern would then be really when the new funding model is going to be discussed with us in the portfolio, that we seriously look at how sustainable it's going to be to afford fee-free higher education. Not to say that we are forever bombarding fee-free higher education, but to look at the realistic sustainability of the fund going forward. Also, when it comes to the missing middle, it's indicated that an option is being looked at to ensure that a loan bursary scheme is looked at for the missing middle. I would have advised them to say that should have been the approach that should be for all students who apply, which means you don't have a threshold. Everyone gets funding according to a 3-tiered model in order to ensure that we have enough students entering the system, and also that we have students entering the system on the skills that is critically needed in our country. And I was very excited when I saw in NEFSA's report that they are steering funding now more in line with the critical skills that we need. So our sustainability is what we need to consider. And Chair, I think also in the long run, we should consider a colloquium on student funding in order for everyone in the sector to give their input and view going forward, for us to have a better understanding. Also, DG, I've just spoken yesterday, I spoken to the VC of WUSU, and I'm really concerned when it comes to the accreditation issue. So I see that institutional audits will eventually be conducted on some of these institutions. So I would like to know within the last 2 years, what institutional audits has been conducted to especially make sure that we don't have issues with accreditation issues of the institutions itself, but also of the courses that are offered in the main. And then also the last one I wanted to find out, according to the APP, there is not really an indicator, an output indicator and a target set for the missing middle to ensure that funding is prioritized towards them. Is there any specific reason why this was not done? And in the long run, what is your plans to ensure that such a target is being set up to ensure that we do eventually have a target to make sure that the missing middle receive adequate funding? And that's all from my side. Thank you.
you, Honorable King. The next member is Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Mananiso. Okay, it could be that she's, okay, there you go.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair. Am I audible?
We can try. You are breaking to some extent, but let's try and see how far we can go, Honorable Mananiso. Okay, now we're not hearing you at all. I know Honorable Mananiso and Honorable Litsie come from areas where network does without
Thank you.
load shedding, the network is bad, and now it's probably worse. Honorable Mananiso, we'll try again.
Yeah, I'm experiencing load shedding. However, my question is with regards to
Okay.
Chairperson?
Yes, Honorable Mananiso. Okay, we're gonna skip Honorable Mananiso. The device that says, and we'll return to her later. The device that says Zoom user, I'm not sure who that is.
That's myself, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Kumalo, please do change your device. You know, if we were in the chambers, you would not have been let into the chambers because we would not be able to identify yourself. So please do try to change it.
Yeah, I'll try change. I wasn't aware until you mentioned it, and then I checked and I saw it was me. It's always been under my name, so I'm not sure what's happened actually. So I've always been logged on from the beginning of the meeting as myself. Apologies for that. Can I go ahead?
That's fine. All right, that's fine. Can I ask that committee staff, can you please make me co-host on this device? Thank you. And then Honorable Kumalo, you may continue. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to the colleagues for the presentation. I'll be very quick. My inputs are rather in accordance with the key measures of performance. If I can just get an idea from the department in as far as student completion and infrastructure development is concerned, as to what are the actions that they plan to do at what levels throughout the year, you know, also specific to infrastructure. I would be interested to find out specifics in that regard, whether it be ICT infrastructure, excuse me, more building for institutions, etc. I'd also, Chair, like to just mention an observation with regards to the CET spending sitting at 2%, which in my view is quite worrying, especially considering what the minister highlighted as key focus areas. There seems to be a huge gap between the various levels of institutions in terms of the spending levels and allocation as well. And also taking into consideration some of the challenges that were presented to us at the CET summit. For example, facilities for the colleges, and really the budget, in my view, doesn't by any means reflect a desire to grow and maximize on the intentions of addressing unemployment and economic growth that we are also excited about, that could come as a result of the CET colleges being a success. And same would apply to the CETAs as well. And perhaps just to sum it up, Chairperson, and be short, is to rather ask what prioritization model of funding is being, or rather how is the prioritization of funding based on? And I think, yeah, I'll end there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kumalo. Let me see. We now take Honorable Makesi, followed by Honorable Mahlatsi, and then Honorable Litsie. Can I request that as members move from, so when Honorable Makesi is finished, Honorable Mahlatsi, you can go straight in and then followed by Honorability. Yeah, if that's okay with colleagues. Honorable Makesi.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the Minister and everyone. Thank you for the presentation from the department, from DHET. I just want to, just highlight the observations that I've made in terms of the funding. I think I have to also add to what Honorable Kumalo just said. As you can see that, the budgeting is, I find it to be very skewed. And when I look at the budget of universities or university students, they receive about 84% of the entire budget. And yet the minister said that only 6% of the students who ultimately complete their matric go to university. So that means about 94% of the students that they have to really go with a budget that is an absolutely bare minimum. And which means that the TVET colleges, they only receive 11% of the funding, and the CETs, they receive 2% of the funding. And it is actually, for me, it's basically, it shows that, I mean, as much as, Chair, you've actually said many a times that we need to be able to see or realize the input or what the department is doing. It has to be something that is realized by our society at large. But the budgeting itself, the way that is allocated, it doesn't have that reflection. And despite also the fact that
I've lost Honorable Makesi on my side. Is it my network or?
She's muted, Slana.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the page that I'm reading from muted me by mistake. Okay, so I don't know which part did you hear, which part you didn't hear, Chair. But anyway, I just wanted to, yeah.
No, you may continue. There's literally a second of not.
Oh,
yeah, you may continue.
Okay. So I think the what you're talking about earlier, just like the realities that we need to realize in our communities, it has to come from a real intention. And as a committee, we need to make sure that, we're not only, this doesn't become just a talk shop where we just say, this is what we want to achieve, but then, our budget allocation doesn't really speak to that. And also, our programs as well. The minister mentioned that we have a shortfall of accommodation, but then we don't have a program that speaks to that directly, to say that, accommodation, yes, there's a program that is, that looks at accommodation, but that is not, it doesn't really, the allocation doesn't show that, there's an intention of building infrastructure. So yes, there's, accommodation as partnership with the private sector, but the department itself, it needs to have a program that is specifically about infrastructure within our education institutions, so that TVET colleges can actually get infrastructure, so that our CETs can be able to be allocated with infrastructure. Because currently our focus is entirely on universities, and it's not really reflected on that. And I also want to find out, okay, going to questions, the 7% that increase that we got, is it inflation related? I just want to find out if this is influenced by inflation, and also, was there any savings from the COVID, the COVID regulations imposed to our education institutions? They must have had, the department should have had some savings from that. Was there any savings that were seen there, and what has happened with the savings? Are we going to see allocation of that? Because obviously accommodation, there must have been savings on accommodation. There must have been savings on food, because not all students were at universities then. And what is happening with that kind of savings? To go back to the AG, I just want to find out, will the AG be providing the capacity building for officials responsible for development of the target and indicators as they mentioned? And how will DHET implement the observation made by the AG? DHET, why did they, the other things that the DHET haven't been able to achieve or even comply to the SMART principles of the APP. What was the reason for that, and what are they doing in terms of that? And can also the AG give us more clarity of the findings? I mean, the AG talks about findings, but we didn't see clarity on those findings. Is it possible that AG can give us more clarity? I don't know if they're still online and they're still going to be able to respond to these questions. The other thing that I also observed, 43.3% was allocated for accommodation for TVET colleges. And we see that only four TVET colleges were mentioned. I just want to find out what's happening to the other TVET colleges. What is their status, and what is the intention of the universities in terms of TVET colleges, and what's the intention of the department to ensuring that there is accommodation specifically on TVET colleges? What is the status of that? And also, I think earlier the minister said that there are some students from that are not from TVET colleges that haven't received their NSFAS or are not receiving NSFAS. What is the reason for that? What is the reason for TVET students not all being funded with NSFAS? And why is it some of them are not having received any funding of that? I don't know if maybe I didn't understand the minister's statement, but that is something that came out from what he said earlier. Thank you so much, Chair. I think I'm covered with everything. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. As you have indicated earlier that I can just come through after Honorable Machezi. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the Minister DM, as well as all members of the Portfolio Committee, including our colleagues from the department. Slalo, I would like to first and foremost indicate that Honorable Mananiso has requested that she has put her inputs in the chat, so the department can please take note of her inputs, and as they respond on her inputs as presented on the chat. I would really like to start with the presentation by the AG, and we gladly welcome all presentations presented before us this morning. On the AG's report, Chair, AG found that 56% of the APP usefulness required adjustment. This clearly indicates that there is definitely capacity issues in the relations to the development of the APP. And taking note from what Honorable Machezi is saying, that surely the department would have missed a mark in ensuring that they develop a APP using the SMART, requirements in as far as APP is concerned. One, if we're saying 56% of the APP required adjustment, that clearly indicates to you that come Auditor-General's the audit time, there would have been we would have had most possibly a possible qualification based on the interpretations in as far as the indicators that do not match the outcomes, or that are not related to the strategic planning and so forth and so on. That clearly indicates that if we don't do quality assurance on our APP, we're bound to have problems in relation to our APPs. Secondly, Slalo, looking into the presentation by the department, one must clearly agree in principle, given that there were these particular adjustments into the APP. The APP is able to really respond to some of the issues that we've raised as a portfolio committee. However, these are the critical things that I would want to speak to. One is on GBV. Slalo, in the previous month, we had received a report from CGE in relation to the manner in which how the department or our sector is responding to issues of gender-based violence. And it gave us a very bitter taste into our tongues in relation to this particular issue. Therefore, our expectation in as far as the APP is concerned was to see a general mainstreaming on gender-based violence issues. Indicators in the APP, it's in relation to a report. A report on its own, Slalo, would not necessarily make, see as mainstreaming gender-based violence to make sure that this particular pandemic is dealt with. So it would have been prudent that this particular issue is taken into cognizance in that particular fashion. Number two, on infrastructure budget, we take note of the limited resources that government has and the need to prioritize and reprioritize certain issues. But it would have been prudent to see more institutions being, funding being put in as far as infrastructure is concerned, especially to TVETs. But we do appreciate the manner in which our program and budget has been allocated. Slalom, on the issue of when we look at the APP, with specific reference to university education. One is worried, a bit worried, that funding is, is located more to universities. And having had a colloquium on, institutional autonomy, where we're dealing with specifically issues of accountability, we're finding it very difficult to balance the two. We're hoping that as this funding, much more funding is going to university education, we should also be able to see much more accountability coming through, so that we are able, there is value for money in relation to who has been funded. When you look at the CET, education, community education and training, it is prudent that, it is commendable that the department has had the foresight, because we only had the summit last 2 months, but already in their APP they have made sure that they most probably preempted not that they thought they decided to do a manipulation of the APP per se, but it is they preempted what would come out of the CET summit so that it can be accommodated in the APP. But the worry is the department targets an increase of 100 students enrollment in CET colleges. Does the CET colleges have the capacity for such a rapid increase? That's our main worry. Much as we appreciate that, but given the challenges that have been expressed during the CET summit, do they have capacity to ensure that they accommodate such numbers? The last part, Slalo, it will be on the budget itself. Like I've indicated, that we commend the department for its commitment to increase access through a 32 billion allocation over the midterm period, which is at least a 10.5 growth in real terms. But however, accountability needs to see the light of day in as far as higher education is concerned. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Am I audible?
We can hear you, Honorable Etienne.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to the political leadership of the department, the Minister, the Deputy Minister. Good morning to the DG and all members of the department who are here, all the DGs and members of the department, the ministerial advisors and the team there. Good morning to yourself, Chair, and all honorable members, and everybody else on the platform and at home. Chair, my name has not changed, still Tebogo. I do have a few questions and a comment. Maybe the first comment will be noting from the questions that would have been asked by the members before myself, is that generally there's a feeling that the department's APP is in line with what we expect from them, and I think it's important that we appreciate and acknowledge that from the department have been put together an APP that widely is accepted by the members. That is the first comment I would like to make, and appreciate the department for putting together such an APP that is widely accepted across all political parties, as we have noted from them. Chair, I was not present when the minister made his remarks because I was affected by this pandemic called load shedding, and I hope that the minister would have made remarks that spoke to the APPs, the targets that were looking, that we were expecting, and having noted from the members' comments, I think he would have achieved that. Chair, on questions, the first one is that this will be the first financial year where the SHIP program, the Student Housing Infrastructure Program, has been transferred to the planning division. So the first question there is noting that this SHIP program, this SHIP program was allocated in different branches. From the university branch, TVET branch, CET, skills development or skills branch, it being transferred to the planning branch, has the personnel who were responsible for such in different branches have they also been transferred to the planning branch. Because I think if you had personnel dealing with this thing, with these programs in different branches, if you transfer the program to one branch, my understanding that it would make sense. If you transfer the function, you must also transfer the personnel. So that is my question: has the personnel been transferred as well to planning branch? We also note that an amount of about 600 million has been allocated in this financial year for infrastructure, student accommodation. The institution that have been targeted are TUT, UKZN from the university branch, and Gertsibande and Majuba TVET colleges. Maybe if the department can indicate why these institutions, what would have influenced them to transfer or to rather target these institutions this year, noting that in the 2019 TVET colleges largely do not, many colleges do not own the student housing. I think this is a good program that the department will do an oversight, as an after effect on these programs. And some programs would have been disrupted at some point. The monies that would have been meant to do these things sometimes would be finished, and those projects will not be done, or the quality of the workmanship there would be a little. So this 10.8 million for me allocation for traveling and subsistence for me, Chair, might not necessarily be enough, because we'll need to have the department personnel doing an active site visits to these universities, to these TVET colleges, to monitor in real time the constructions of this infrastructure, to ensure that no shoddy work is done by the contractors, and that indeed there is value for money or value for investment made, rather than relying on reports submitted by these institutions. And therefore, I would, really raise my dissatisfaction with the budget of only 10.8 million being allocated on this one, because we don't want to be giving out money and not monitoring it, actively making sure that good work, the money goes to the good use. So my question there would be, why was 10.8 million only? Why was only 10.8 million allocated for this huge investment that we're putting into that into this program of the SHIP program? And I think on this one, I also want to say that the department must make sure that the construction of this infrastructure development project are completed, one, within the budget, and two, within the time frame, so that we must change the mindset of everybody concerned. One, the public that think that the government just throws money into a problem and does not monitor. Two, we change the mindset of the contractors who are given an opportunity to construct these things, and they know that they can just play around there and nothing will happen to them. But three, also project managers of these universities who sometimes, and TVET colleges, who sometimes, collude with the contractors to create problems there, come up with stories at the end of the day and demand the department to put in more money there at the end. I think the department should also provide the committee with a list of all projects that will be funded for this current financial year, so that we're able to monitor progress ourselves, Chair, on this one. I think lastly, it's on consultants. I think we've also noted that you have budgeted an amount of 4 million for consultants this year, and then 4.3 million and 4.4 million in the 2023-24 financial year and 2024-2025 financial years. Maybe if the department CEO, if you can just assist us, what necessitated this allocation of on consultants, and what services will be rendered by these consultants, and whether the branch is planning to build an in-house capacity to execute those functions that will be performed by these consultants. And I think, Chairperson, for the first time in my life, I would like to end here having made very short questions, very short comment, and very few questions. The rest of my 400 questions, Chair, I think they've been covered by the presentation itself. Thank you very much, Chair.
Wow. Thank you very much, Honorable Litsi. It is different. You know, I really hope that when I asked that members assist the process, considering that we have so much work to get through, I really hope I was not suppressing any members, but I'm glad that the presentation and perhaps other members have also managed to cover yourself, Honorable Litsi. Even DG, I mean, I think DG started speaking at 22 and he concluded at past. So really, Siyakuba, this morning, the train is going very fast, and we really appreciate that colleagues are assisting us in this particular process. I think I've been by and large been covered by by most members. I'm not sure if Honorable Makesi ended up asking the question again, the one that she had posed to the AG's office, but we couldn't hear it initially, but I'll check with you later, Honorable Makesi, if you are, fully covered. I think I also would have just to refer to Minister's remarks, I would have wanted to indicate that we as a committee, I think yesterday morning, wrote through the committee secretariat to the department to request that colleagues, sorry, Honorable Litsi's device is still showing on my side. Okay, his camera is still showing on my side. Can I please be made co-host colleagues who are Anele, I'm not sure if you are yeah, there we go. Thank you so much. Just trying to understand something. There we go. So I from coming from Minister's remarks, and so we as a committee had written to, through the secretariat, had written to colleagues in the department that they please present to us a letter of some sort or something in written format where they indicate the impact of the KZN flags on the sector at large. And I think for us from the DHET perspective, we would have liked to understand which institutions or campuses in particular, assuming that it could be KZN and DUT and some TVETs in that area as well. And then CET colleges most probably. But generally, which parts of our sector in higher education have been affected by the floods in KZN, and also indicating perhaps what interventions have been brought to that. Of course, Minister has indicated, and we welcome that there'll be a reprioritization of funds to respond to that. But I think what's also important to know is that what exactly is the intervention besides it being monetary. And of course, also indicating what exactly is the impact of the floods on which institutions. And I'm assuming because many of our CET colleges locate themselves within schools under basic education, noting the amount of schools that were affected. I mean, the numbers were quite big, in the hundreds, 600 and something, if I'm not mistaken. We would then assume that the CET program is therefore affected as well, right? So I really hope that colleagues there would be able to assist and work collaboratively with the Department of Basic Education in trying to respond to that. But I think, Minister, also the DSI becomes such a quintessential role player in times like these, where the DSI, through ongoing work around research and development and innovation, will be able to perhaps also share with us, and maybe, I mean, the letter has requested that colleagues share with us. We didn't really give you a time frame, but perhaps also on Friday at DG Mdracha, when he presents, he'll be able to indicate what interventions are coming through from the Department of Science and Innovation in responding to those. Beyond that, beyond the immediate intervention, as Minister alluded to, climate change is a real thing. in moments like these are affirming that. And so we perhaps need to zoom in as a portfolio committee into looking into what kind of work is the Department of Science and Innovation doing proactively in responding to climate change. I just wanted to perhaps get an indication from colleagues if that we are reprioritizing to look into to respond to the floods in KZN, if we think it's going to be sufficient. I don't want to be sangomik and assume that it will. So if you can just perhaps give us, your predictions there, and perhaps if colleagues in the department have checked with National Treasury whether it will be making any special adjustment, special adjustment budget or special appropriations to deal with the floods in KZN. And then, of course, we want to also welcome the increase in the allocation for student funding to fund free education. But what we are also concerned about is perhaps the balance in terms of, and I think Minister in the past may have alluded to this particular concern, the balance between funding for tuition and funding for subsidies that are allocated to institutions of higher learning, in particular universities. So if there's no equilibrium between equilibrium between the two, what the situation we might find ourselves in is where the demand in terms of the amount of students in the sector is more than what the capacity that institutions can take. And I think even in the start of this particular academic year, it's a phenomena that we saw unfold, where the mere sole reason why we cannot take a student in is not because they don't meet the criteria, but because we don't have sufficient capacity as a sector. And that has also then, led the sector to challenges that we've seen at UNISA with, over enrollment, and to really be critical, colleagues, Catch has not been able to sufficiently address the challenge of demand in the sector in the manner in which we would have liked it to address. And so, DG, I think we need to really, and these conversations go back to institutional autonomy, and when Minister was presenting and speaking about how he really would like for us to focus on how the university program can be of support to other programs of the PSET sector, and therefore saying, so in that moment, me thinking to myself, well, institutional autonomy in the manner in which it's been used for us not to be able to cooperatively govern the space becomes a hindrance in terms of, this particular priority that Minister has shared of saying, how can the university program be of support to other programs of the PSET sector, not only five institutions supporting that, but, so going back to the main question to say, the balance between funding for tuition vis-a-vis how much money we're then allocating towards subsidies for institutions to actually be able to take in the numbers that are now, increasing within the sector. And then in terms of funding for the TVET and CET sectors and it being inadequate, I'd like to stress, a resolution, I think, of the committee in previous meetings around the need for us as a committee to lobby, committees such as the Standing Committee on Appropriations for increased funding for this particular sector. And want to have assure the department that we will continue to be a motor force in that regard. And perhaps, maybe the department can bring us into light as well on some of the work it's been doing around lobbying, such committees for increased budget, particularly for the CET sector. I think it's come out quite strongly in this meeting by many members. And then maybe can the department indicate to us if it has any unfunded mandates? And I'm not sure if other members may have spoken to this. Honorable Litsi, when you started speaking, I had just gotten load shed at 11, so I may have missed some of what you would have spoken to. But if there are any unfunded mandates of the department, how many are there, and what are the annual costs for these unfunded mandates? How are they currently being funded? And then how much of NSF's funds are used to fund the unfunded mandates of the department? And then, yeah, I think I will leave my questions and remarks at that for now. Yeah, I will leave my questions and remarks at that for now, and then perhaps hand over to the department at this stage for them to make their contributions. Honorable Kumalo, I see your hand is up. I'm assuming it's not a legacy hand.
No, it's not a legacy hand, Chair. Just a quick one. Thanks. Just a quick one. I'm so sorry I omitted one aspect. But in terms of the university funding, I just want to find out also in relation to the PhD level targets not being reached thus far. I would like to just find out whether there is a portion of the funding specific to research, particularly PhD, because often funding is a challenge for prospective PhD candidates. I don't know what the analysis the department might have found thus far for that particular shortage in terms of reaching the targets. But I want to know if there is any specific allocation of the funding that is allocated towards PhD studies. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kumalo. Honorable Makesi, I'm not sure if you ended up clarifying the AG's office on that question that got disturbed by network.
Yes, actually, I added those questions. That's why I was asking. I was wondering if the AG is still there. I do have questions that I've asked specifically to the AG.
Okay, just making sure that you are covered on that front. Okay,
I'm covered.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable Makesi. I would then at this point, Minister, I will take questions. I will take responses. Actually, no, you will decide how you'd like to run it in terms of how colleagues will respond to these questions. So over to you, Minister.
Chair and honorable members, thank you very much. Perhaps I should allow the DG to come in to go first, because quite a lot of questions were quite detailed and specific and relating maybe to him. Then I will come in at the end if you allow me to do so, Chair. Thank you.
DG, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Honorable Minister, thank you very much for the opportunity. I don't know at this stage, Minister, if I could ask you to do the honor of introducing an additional member of EXCO, Dr. Sekukwe.
Okay. All right, Chair, with your permission, sorry, we should have done this at the beginning. It's not diverting at all. I'll just take a minute or two just to inform the portfolio committee, and the public that we have contracted for a year Dr. Marcia Sotigwa to be DDG for university education. Before I ask her to show her face, just to say, Chair, this has been one of the most difficult positions to fill. We've advertised twice. We've done headhunting. Even when the last time, a month or two ago, we had 3 candidates that we had shortlisted through headhunting, which was the 3rd effort we're trying. The 2 pulled out even before we interviewed. So we're back to square one. Kindly then we approached Dr. Marcia Sotlikwa, who is the past immediate Deputy Vice Chancellor responsible for infrastructure and facilities at UNISA. We said because of her background and everything, we would like then to draw her in because of her experience, knowledge, and qualifications on a contract basis of up to 12 months, whilst we start the process once more for the fourth time to actually identify a DDG for university education. I'm not going to go into my own reasons why I think we are having a challenge on this, you know. Also partly, by the way, Chair, I think also this may have to do with the discrepancy or the differences between the salary of a DDG and the kinds of people that we are targeting to be DDG university education, which would be your senior managers at universities. Some of them are earning twice more than the president. Partly that is what we are. That's why we appreciate that Dr. Sotlikwa at least accepted, you know, this contract of up to 12 months to at least assist us, you know, to be managing a whole lot of tasks that we're talking about as DDG university education. Marcia, I don't know whether you want to show your face so that members of the portfolio committee and the media can be able to see you. With your permission, Chair, sorry, that is all I wanted to say. I don't know if Dr. Sotlikwa has shown her face.
You can see her.
Oh, there she is. Yes, I can see it now from my screen. You're very welcome on our part, but I just thought, Chairperson, it's proper that we do this in this portfolio committee. Thank you very much. Back to you and the DG for them to answer, unless you want to say something, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Minister. Perhaps if Dr. Sotlikwa can just switch on her camera again. I realized we had not, spotlighted her, so we can see her, but the masses of South Africans who are watching cannot see her. Maybe you can even just greet us, Doc, also because we're excited to see that is, the DDG CET for China is now accompanied by Muntofana Nati, Minister. So I'm trying to see how I spotlight this. And I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm not sure why.
Pin her, Chair.
I'm trying to spotlight her, correct.
If she can greet, she will be spotlighted.
There we go. And you can open your mic and say hello to all of us.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, and good day, honorable members, and thank you for that kind introduction, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. We look forward to working with you. Thank you very much, Minister. DG, would like to then hand over to yourself.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think that the Honorable Letsi will make a comment about the capacity of the state that is getting better and better. Chairperson, we are going to at this point in time allocate each question sectorially for our DDGs to come in, starting with the TVET, CET, because TVET and CET are our priorities, and then universities, and then at the end, the CFO will also take the questions. After that, we will, and DDG AGSA relating to infrastructure and planning. I will come then at the end, Chairperson, to deal with what could have not been covered by then, but I trust that we'll cover all the questions. We take these questions very seriously. For us, they don't end here. We go back to EXCO to also, reflect on our responses each time. That's how important the inputs and feedback from the portfolio committee. Sometimes it's not for us to answer questions, but it is to take note of the concerns and to refine, systemic responses, because some of these questions also are a reflection of what the public is concerned about. And I do take this opportunity to appreciate, and I'm handing over to DDG Zungu in that order, and I'll come at the end. Chair, thank you very much for your indulgence.
Thank you very much, DG. Greetings to the Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee and all the honorable members present, the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister, my colleagues from the department. Let me greet you all, colleagues, and all the colleagues from the other entities. DG, there were not much specific questions directed to the TVET sector per se, except that one acknowledges the remarks by both the minister and yourself in relation to the issues of resources or adequate resources or the lack thereof for the TVET sector, and also the fact that how do we as a country start to reprioritize and make sure that we change what is referred to as the inverted pyramid so that we can see an increase in access for TVET as well as CET. The one question that I think was raised was in relation to the alignment of our strategic targets to what AG has put in place, which is something that we are working towards in making sure that our targets are indeed smart. We are continuing to have sessions. We have sessions as a TVET branch that are scheduled for the 4th and the 5th of May, in which we'll be dealing with those issues of ensuring that all our targets do indeed meet the SMART requirements in terms of setting those targets. There was a question in terms of the inclusion of the GBV, Honorable Mahlatsi, that we try to prioritize. Maybe it might not have been captured on the APP per se, but it's a matter that we are indeed working towards in making sure that working together with the higher health, it's also embedded in all our programs as we move forward. Perhaps it's a matter of how do we capture it in terms of our deliverables as well. Honorable Chair and honorable members, I think if you may allow me, because of the bandwidth, maybe the issue of connectivity might also affect me in this regard. There was an issue also on the efforts that have been made by Honorable Kumalo in terms of improving the academic performance. Yes, we have set ourselves targets, but I must say, Honorable Chair and honorable members, that indeed there is still a challenge in terms of how NCV is performing at this point in time. And we, as part of the engagements on the 4th and the 5th of March, we are having a special focus specifically on that area to look at where the gaps could be in terms of the NCV. We have taken the cohort and analyzed the cohort of 2017 till 2019, and we have seen that indeed there are some gaps that we need to improve on in terms of those programs. But what we are also looking at is to see how colleges could begin to niche their program offerings instead of taking all 19 or 18 NCV programs, but looking at the performance, you find that we are not yielding the results that are needed. So it might be the fact that our resources are spread too much or stretched too much and not focusing on a particular program that is informed by the economic activities of the area. And that also result into students not being able to be placed in the workplaces because perhaps the college focus on programs that are not talking to the economic activities in the surrounding area, therefore makes it difficult to find work placements for the students in their local areas. Therefore, they have to go outside of their areas. So it's an area that we are also focusing on, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. The other question that was raised in relation to the recent floods in KZN, we wish to report that at this point in time, only one college campus that was affected, which is SIE Kokstad campus. There were only minor damages in one of the structures in the campus, but we haven't had any report of any lives that have been lost in relation to other staff or students in that regard. DG, Honorable Chair, I think I will end there unless if there is any other question that I might have not touched on. Thank you very much.
I will add through your chair on that aspect from Mr. Zungu. There are about 4,000 students that are enrolled through the pre-vocational learning program. And I think this helps, to bridge the gap and the transition between basic education and TVET, which is really progressive, and we've seen increasing numbers since its introduction. Thank you, Chair. We now move to my colleague.
Good morning to the Honorable Chair, the Honorable Members, Honorable Minister, and Honorable Deputy Minister, the DG, all the DDGs, all the senior managers from the department, the Office of the AG. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Tembisa Fuchane. Let me see if my video can be on. And I'm going to be responding to the questions that have been asked in relation to community education and training. Let me start with the question that we received from Honorable Mahlatsi, and ask that with your permission that I switch off my video so that can maximize on my bandwidth use. Indeed, the question that was raised about the concern of the increase in terms of the student numbers, an increase of approximately 100,000 students for this current academic year. The question was whether we have the necessary capacity to accommodate these numbers. To be able to realize this increase in the numbers, we would definitely have to look at increasing all resources, including infrastructure resources. And in this regard, we are looking at the quick wins that we would be able to make, and the initial and immediate quick wins that we are looking at that we will be able to utilize is the use of unutilized spaces within the TVET colleges, whereby the TVET colleges can then share the spaces that are available, and those that can be shared then with our community education and training colleges. In addition to just the spaces, the TVET colleges offer much more. It's not just the space, but their spaces are actually much better resourced in terms of equipment compared to the schools that are currently used by our CET colleges. Now, this is something that we are working on with my colleague, DDG Zungu, and of course, linking also the CET college principals with the TVET college principals in this regard. Be that as it may, it's not only a requirement of the infrastructure, you also need the human resource as well to be able to realize such a massive increase in student enrollments. And in addition to that, funding would be required, as has been indicated by the Honorable Chair and the Honorable members, that the funding that is provided currently for CET colleges is inadequate. Realistically speaking, I also need to indicate that this number is also based on the NDP target of 1 million students by 2030. And therefore, this target was reached at working backwards from that NDP target of 1 million by 2030. So even if we don't realize it to its full potential, we will be doing the best that we can do with the limited resources that we currently have to work towards achieving this target. The other question by the same Honorable Mahlatsi that was asked, and we appreciate the compliment in terms of the foresight, in terms of the APP presented by the DG, in terms of the summit. While some of the items may have been preempted, the majority were not preempted at all, as these were emanating from the discussions from the various stakeholders coming out of the summit. The wins that we also received from the summit, which also formed the resolutions of the summit, were the commitments that were made by our partners in making sure that we realize the massification of the provision of skills programs in our CET colleges. And we've had particularly the SETAs coming on board in relation to partnering with CET colleges. And of course, as had at the summit, we had a commitment by the National Skills Fund of 200 million for all 9 colleges in terms of the provision of skills programs and learnerships in the CET colleges. There was a question that was asked by the Honorable Chairperson, and this was related to how, in particular, CET colleges have been affected by the floods in KZN. Indeed, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, throughout the country, we have approximately 96% of CET colleges operating from either primary school or public schools. Definitely in terms of the 600 schools that have been damaged by the floods in KZN, our CET colleges have also been affected. We are working through the regional office of KZN with the KZN Basic Department of Education in terms of identifying those schools that have been negatively affected by the floods and also making alternative arrangements. At this stage, I need to indicate, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, that the team that is working on this from the KZN Regional Office do not have a report, because the schools that have been badly affected are effectively closed. And the Provincial Department of Education is currently still working on a comprehensive report in terms of the assessment of the damage and also looking at alternative arrangements. Through working, of course, with the Regional Office of KZN, we are emphasizing that also this is perhaps another opportunity to expedite where there are spaces, and we have TVET colleges that have not been affected by the floods, that they could go into those spaces for utilization. We expect that in the coming days, we will be able to provide a comprehensive report in terms of the affected CET colleges and arrangements that would be made in terms of accommodating those students. The last one, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, was the issue of gender-based violence. And in terms of how it is then indicated in terms of the APP. The CFO, and through the work of the CFO and her team, which we are very grateful for, have managed to secure funding as indicated, that will be going through higher health, and that will be now on a continuous basis, on a year-to-year basis. And through this funding, which is provided to higher health. We are running GBV programs in our CET colleges. We already started with the initial seed funding that has been provided. What this means then, the continuous funding and the commitment that this is no longer just a once-off funding. It means that we can scale up in terms of these programs, and we can be more consistent, and we can therefore also ensure that we cover even more of the CET, particularly the learning sites, because with the previous limited funding that we had, we were focusing mainly on the 200 community learning centers. And now we're going to expand that to make sure that we cover as many of the satellite centers as well. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and to the honorable members.
DG, who will be coming in next?
DG Kasa.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, fellow DDGs, senior members, good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Mine is to speak to the infrastructure questions that were raised. I will try and cover most, and please, with your indulgence, DG, advise if I leave any questions out. Some of the questions that were raised pertained to the internal capacity of the department to handle infrastructure coordination going forward. I can assure the committee that since coordination has moved to the planning committee, members or fellow officials who sit in the other branches, especially the university education branch and the TVET branch, have moved to the planning branch to provide infrastructure coordination support. Admittedly, the team is small, but with the minister and the DG's guidance, we are looking to build this team to attend to some of the very critical questions that members have raised throughout the discussion that we have had. The intention going forward is to build what we have constantly referred to as the Infrastructure Development Support Unit, which will be led by a level 15 program manager and have technical expertise that is critical for running the work. With your permission, Chair, may I please switch off the video to enable less taxing on the bandwidth. Secondly, as indicated, all infrastructure budgets and human resources have also moved to planning. The main issue always, Chair, has been about ensuring that there is coordination. With the minister and the DG's guidance, the intention is always about ensuring that we pull together all the coordination mechanisms that existed before. And so what we are working on currently with speed is to build internal capacity that will focus on the work that 3 separate coordinating mechanisms we're working on. And the brief that internal coordinating mechanism will focus on is the following. 1, provide support to the Infrastructure Development Support Unit that I spoke to. 2, work with the 3 branches that require infrastructure coordination support to do the following. Number one, if, for example, the university education branch that has currently the biggest infrastructure program approaches us regarding the infrastructure efficiency grant applications, the in-house team will then work with us to provide them with planning support. So just as an example, if the Nelson Mandela University approaches us for work pertaining to the School of Medicine and an application requesting fund, that in-house capacity and the IDSU team will work with an NMU to make sure that, number one, that the School of Medicine falls within the strategic plan of the NMU, that the norms and standards are suitable, that the planning is relevant, that there is the requisite technical capacity that exists, that there is the requisite monitoring and evaluation support, that the money follows, that the work follows the money as per the ministerial statement that would have been issued once we had engaged them in terms of the application that they provide to us according to the guidelines that we have. The same applies to the DHET section. The same would also apply to the CET college. In the past, that would have been done separately, and what we want to do now is that in-house, we work with our sectors in a coordinated function, and we make sure that we give proper guidance for PSET infrastructure to move in the speed that we want it to move. We ensure that there's the requisite transformation that we require. And lastly, that contractors are monitored and guided in the way that we want them to be. And then lastly, another issue that was raised perhaps indirectly is that we are working also to ensure that the program, the student housing infrastructure program, which has had some strides, but our political principal has rightfully raised concerns about the pace at which that program was moving. And I know the honorable member that spoke also spoke about concerns around student accommodation. What we intend to do is to put a lot of oomph into that program and ensure that using the capacity I've spoken to, that program moves with the requisite speed that we want it to move at. And then lastly, we are also working with National Treasury to make sure that we put in place a system whereby we hand over to National Treasury the project plans that honorable members have spoken about. We've got project plans for each of the different sectors. We've got a project plan for the university sector that says this year, these are the projects we've got planned for this sector. These are the project plans we've got planned for the DHET sector, perhaps less so until recently for the CET sector. And then we then put our own internal colleagues through a system with National Treasury, and we use what we call the IRM, which is an in-year reporting mechanism to make sure that we track as much as possible and we account for the spending that takes place in infrastructure. At a later stage, should members require us to do so, we are also able to address you on work that we do regarding the regional multipurpose centers that we are responsible for, including the Imbali precinct that the minister is driving and many others that will follow. And we are also able to address you on work that we are doing with the UniZulu, as we have indicated to yourselves in the past, honorable members. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister, and thank you, DG.
Thank you, CFO.
Thank you very much, DG. I'll start with the
CFO's network is really bad.
was
If you try switch off her camera.
Honorable Boshoff, to say, to ask whether are we anticipating funding will flatten over. Let me try.
Let's try now that yes, continue.
Is it better now?
Let's see, continue.
Okay, thank you, Chair. To respond to Honorable Boshoff's question on whether we anticipating to see the flattening. Hello, I'm hearing some echo. Chair, am I still audible?
You may continue.
All right, I wanted to switch the gadgets quickly. So Honorable Boshoff, based on the current projections, they suggest that the demand over the MTF will not flatten. It is actually going to grow by an average of 5%. And hence we have presented in the past that the scheme at this rate, the scheme will no longer that the minister has appointed his task team. I'm sure the minister is looking forward to receive that draft report at the end of April, where we will see recommendation as to what various measures and funding solutions can be employed in order to ensure that we've got a sustainable scheme going forward. However, it is important to note that we are still grateful that the anticipated shortfall over the MTF has been catered for, so that it can allow a smooth transition into the new student funding policy. And in terms of Honorable Kumalo, she asked the question as to what is the prioritization of our funding based on. We, as presented earlier on, we have the NDP targets, and also we also driven by the National Skills Development Plan and also our MTSF targets. But due to fiscal constraint, the reality is some of those targets or plans are no longer affordable. Hence, it is difficult to increase funding for other sectors. And we'll recall that in his opening remarks earlier on, the minister mentioned the importance of crowding in private sector investment because it has become impossible for our sector to do this with only the funds that come from the fiscus. And also it is important to note that our current budget system is pre-allocated. So the implication of this is that the old programs that were initiated a while back are the ones that will or likely to have continued funding, meaning that
CFO, we're really struggling with your device. Can I check if it's mine or the CFO?
We can't hear her. We can't hear her.
Okay.
We'll get back to the CFO, perhaps. Let us deal with the next set of questions, Chair.
Okay, DG. She's even struggling. It's struggling to even catch up on her side for her to hear that
that national rate is also introducing a
Thank you, Chair. I think the CFO is struggling with bandwidth. At this point in time, I'm going to ask Mr. Mgiva to cover. Mr. Reinert Mgiva is well known to the committee as the newly appointed Chief Director for Planning, but also works through the DG's office. and to drive the strategy for department, to make comments related to university education.
DG, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you to the Minister. I think there were two questions raised regarding the issue of the production of PhDs. I think it was raised by Honorable Kumalo. I think the entry point in answering the question on whether there is a dedicated budget of ensuring that the PhDs are increased. One is confident to confirm that as part of the reprioritization process within the department, considering the current target in respect to the production of PhDs, intentions are that going forward, and as part of our intentions to ensure that there is quality provisioning within the system as a whole, the number of PhDs that are going to be targeted are going to increase exponentially towards 2024-2025 targets as covered by the strat plan. I think that's one question. And then the other question, DG and the honorable members, relates to the question that was raised on the accreditation of institutions, particularly the work that is happening at WUSU. Suffice to indicate that this is work that is being handled by the CHE in respect to the accreditation of program offerings at institutional level across the system. And this is the work that the department will be working hand in hand with the CHE to ensure that the accreditation is really consistent with what is being targeted in terms of program offerings, but also in terms of ensuring that the system responds to areas that are critically needed by the economy, but also needed by the needs of our citizenry. So I think, Chair, those were the two that were picked in respect to the university system. Unless if I've missed any, DG will direct me if there's anyone that was not covered. Yeah, I think those are the two, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think we have covered with some measure some of the questions. Honorable Letsia's question around the SHEEP program also included inquiry about why the infrastructure budget at this as reflected in slide 44 is only for specific institutions. And I think this is because in the way that we have presented, there are institutions like Gersibande in terms of TVET that are responsible as implementing agents as identified by the branch, and this is and they are responsible for infrastructure across the sector and not necessarily in terms of their needs as institutions. I think that is very important. We are going to be presenting infrastructure plans that covers the entire sector, and in these plans you will see that the footprint of the infrastructure program is across all institutions. In this regard, I am going to hand over again to the CFO so that she continues with the finance-related questions. CFO?
As I start from scratch.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, DG. Honorable Chair, I'll just quickly start from scratch. Perhaps I can switch off the video. Okay, with the question that was asked by Honorable Boshoff on whether are we expecting the demand. Sorry, I was running from my office. The demand of student funding to flatten out during the MTF. Based on our current projections, the demand will not flatten. It is actually growing at an average of 5%. Hence, we have presented previously that the scheme will no longer be sustainable going forward. And it is for this reason that the ministerial task team has been formed. And I'm sure that the minister will be looking forward to receive their draft report at the end of this month. However, we are grateful that for this MTF cycle, the anticipated shortfall has been covered in order to allow for the smooth transition from the current funding policy to the new student funding policy. And in terms of the question that was asked by Honorable Kumalo as to how is the prioritization of fund, or what is the prioritization of funding based on, we are driven by our NDP targets, and also our planning and targets are also based on the National Skills Development Plan, as well as our MTSF targets. However, due to physical constraints, some of these plans are no longer affordable. Hence, it is difficult to increase funding for other sectors. And we will all recall that in his opening remarks, the minister mentioned the importance of crowding in private sector investment, because it has become impossible for our sector to do all these plans and programs from the funding, with the funding from the fiscals. And it is also important to note that our budget system in the country is pre-allocated, meaning that old programs that were initiated a while back are the ones with continued funding. And the consequence of that is that there is little or no room to accommodate new programs. And it is one of these, one of the reasons that National Treasury is also introducing a zero-based budgeting and the spending reviews to address some of these budget inefficiencies. And because there is no new money, Honorable Chair and members, it means that the department will have or will need to do some trade-offs in order to fund some of the priorities. As we are all aware that these trade-offs will have some implication, because some programs have been existing for quite some time, but we also note that not doing anything about the situation will also have implication. And we will note that the TVET and CET sectors are particularly affected by this, because they were transferred from the provinces with their budget, and with all the plans that we have on the table, obviously more funding is required, and based on the budgeting system that we have, they were negatively affected. And now I'm moving to the questions by Honorable Maikesi about the 7% average increase over the MTF, whether it considers inflation or not. The answer is no. And if we look at slide number 45, it analyzes our year-on-year growth, both on nominal and real terms. And the average 7% is on nominal terms. It means it hasn't taken inflation into account. However, if we analyze the average on real terms, maybe something we should have also put on the slide, over the MTF is 5.4%. And she also asked a question on whether there were savings realized on the COVID response grant that was reprioritized at the institutional level. The question is, yes, there were savings, and the department has quantified those savings, and some of them we have redirected them in order to fund the NSFAS shortfall, and some were redirected at the university level to fund some of the conditional grants where there were budgetary constraints. Honorable Mananiso has asked in the chat box as to why there was a decline in terms of the budget growth from 12.6% in year one of the MTF cycle to 3.4%. I think perhaps we need to start the analysis at 2021-22 because we had realized a decline in the nominal growth in the budget. So because we have additional funding, there is a huge jump from the prior year to the first year of the MTF cycle. If you check the amounts on the same slide, we have moved from 116 billion to 130 billion. Hence, we're sitting at 12.6. But to move from 12.6 to 3.4 is not necessarily a decline. It's just a modest increase in the budget value, because if we look, we're moving from 130 billion rand to 136 billion rand. And Honorable Litsie asked question as to whether the 10.8 million rand for SNT under planning branch will be sufficient or not, since they will be responsible to oversee the infrastructure across the sectors. We do acknowledge Honorable Litsie's concern, and that 10.8 million is based on the previous funding and spending trends, but now with the new responsibilities we do, and now also with the lockdown restriction being relaxed, we do acknowledge that there might be a need for more funding for that activity. And on monthly basis as EXCO, we do monitor our operational budget, and this is one area we will be monitoring and assess on an ongoing basis during the financial year. And should there be a need for more funding, we will be able to reprioritize this from the operation budget from other programs in the department. And about the 4 million on consultation, what is that for? I understand that is to manage or monitor the program on open learning. Maybe DHET can also assist in providing more information on that. And also DHET, if I may, I think Honorable Litsie also wanted to know the number of beds that are going to be covered from the 900 million rand ship funding that has been attained through the budget facility for infrastructure. It is going to be 9,500 beds. And in terms of the breakdown, TUT 3,500, Hertzibande 1,500, UKZN 3,000, and Majuba 1,500. And Chair, you ask whether are we likely to have any special adjustment budget due to the floods in KZN? There is no indication from Treasury if that decision has been made or not, but we do continue through our bilaterals with our counterparts, continue to engage, and we will know if that decision has been made in due course. And also the issue of lobbying, we do continue also through our interaction with National Treasury, whether through the budget, the official budget processes, or our ongoing bilateral or even the functional groups, where we also meet with other departments in the same cluster, you know, with the aim of trading off in between the clusters. For example, we are in the same economic group with basic education and arts and sports, arts and culture. So we do in this forum, Chair, lobby for additional funding, particularly for our TVET and CET sector. But as the Chair might imagine, that other sectors also have their own needs and their own demands. So sometimes trade-offs at that level becomes difficult. And then on the issue of unfunded mandates, Chair, we do have lots of unfunded mandates. And if you allow us, Chair, I will recommend that we send you a report on this, as opposed to counting them here one by one. The list is very long. And also just to mention this, the current funding sources or previous funding sources of these unfunded mandates. Yes, we do have some that are being funded through the National Skills Fund, and some the funding cycle will come to an end. And we also have some projects that have been funded through donor funding rather, as pilot projects, and some of them are good programs, and the department now must start getting ready to see to it as to how then do we sustain those going forward. And looking at the fiscal situation, it becomes so difficult because all these priorities are competing for the same budget that is allocated. And also, we do have then another category, the third category of unfunded mandates, where we fund these through our savings in the department, as and when there are some savings realized, then we're able to fund those. It's not how we should be doing things, Chair, but it is the reality that we're being faced with. We do acknowledge that this is not a sustainable way to do so. I'll give an example. One of those will be the capitalization of our Indlela Artisan Center. That is a very important center for our skills development initiatives. It cannot be, we cannot afford to fund that through savings as and when we realize that. But it is the reality that we find ourselves in. I think I've covered most of them. DG, thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, CFO. She was running and broke a record. Chair, I believe that we have tried to cover as much as possible the key questions that are asked. And I think if we have missed certain areas, we hope in my own comments and that of the minister, we will also reach to those areas. Particularly, Chair, you raise a question about the situation in KZN. I think in this regard, when the minister speaks, he may choose to share our plans, in terms of how we deal with this question. But you realize that the minister is an appointed champion for Zululand, and right on the eve of the rain and the floods in KZN, the minister was in KZN together with the entire team of the department to monitor the progress regarding the work that he's doing as part of his mandate in mobilizing resources across all government departments and with the private sector to try and ensure that the district development model of the president is implemented with success in each district. But since then, on that occasion, the minister did announce about 398 million of funds that are allocated to projects in the Zululand districts. But you realize that as a department, we've got a footprint particularly as combined Department of Higher Education and Training and DSI, a footprint throughout the country and in all districts. And therefore, you will expect that work is not limited only in those areas. And therefore, institutions in KZN that are affected by floods and all PSET, structures where infrastructure was undermined by the floods, the minister will make an announcement regarding what interventions we have initiated as part of a collective of all government departments that are intervening there. We as a sector, led by the minister, also further to the work that we are doing, we'll make this announcement. That I think I will leave it to the minister to choose if the moment is later on, or if he would share a few of his views. The minister is very worried about the situation in KZN, and he continues to lead us towards ensuring that we collaborate, particularly under the leadership of corporate governance, COCTA, to contribute as far as we can. The DSI on Friday will report that they are also working with us through the University of UKZN to deal with the issues of counseling capacity that is located in that university. CSIR as well as HSRC are also putting together a program under the leadership of Dr. Mjwaha to ensure that this ministry responds, to the issues that have been raised by the chair in this regard. Indeed, there will be a need for us to reprioritize, but we feel that the initiatives that we have planned at this point in time will cover sufficiently some of the areas that are there, that have been mentioned. Thank you very much. I feel that this question will be fully responded to when the minister has the opportunity to respond. I thank the colleagues for their contributions. I feel that also the honorable members, besides the questions, they've directed us to a number of areas that needs a further engagement. And we will relook into our own responses and ensure that we direct them properly to the strategic areas, as I've indicated earlier on. Thank you very much, Chairperson. May I hand over back to you and then to the minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, DG, and to all colleagues from the department. Minister, with your permission, if we could just quickly see from the AG's office, if there's anything they would particularly like to respond to or comment on, then we'll hand over to the minister. Honorable Itzi has posed a question there as well. And then Minister, maybe you can try and respond to that question that Honorable Itzi has posed in the chat. So if I can hand over to colleagues from the AG's office quickly.
Thank you, Chairperson. There was there are two questions that were posed by Honorable Makesi to our office. Firstly, a question on whether we'd be doing capacity building to the department on the areas that we've actually identified, or if in terms of just the usefulness of targets. We actually had an engagement with the Honorable Minister, just in terms of us giving him feedback on the work that we did on the APPs. And he had also requested that we actually do a session where we do capacity building, just in terms of what's required by the framework and what it is that we look at when we look at the APPs. So we had agreed to have that session. So it's a session that's going to be organized by the department, but we will be holding just also call it a capacity building, just in terms of what the framework requires and what it is that we look at when we look at the APPs. Also, there was also a question in terms of the findings that we'd raised. So when I took you through slide 12 on my presentation, those are basically the findings that we identified when we looked at the APPs of the department and the entities. But Michelle had also indicated that we can send through a detail of what it is that we identified per auditee or per entity or the department, in terms of the 15 that we actually said that we picked up issues in terms of usefulness of the targets and the indicators. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'd like to then hand over to the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and all the members. Let me also thank you. Sorry, someone left a phone here. I don't want you to disturb you. Oh my.
No, I think it's yours.
Sorry about that.
I think you have too many phones.
No, it's not mine. Someone left a phone here, you know. I hope he or she is listening to me to come and pick it up so that it doesn't ring again. Chairperson, I was just saying thank you very much to you and to all the members, and also thank you particularly in the competent manner in which you have handled this discussion. You know, APPs and strat plans are normally quite challenging. We actually appreciate that. I don't know whether you can see, whether honorable members can see this, just to start here. These are two satellite photographs of one part of Mlazi at Tegwini. If you look, the one picture that is green is what was there before. And the other one is after the floods. You can even see that some of the settlements there actually were washed away. Now, it just shows one part of what the devastation in KZN. But the importance of this, which I'm showing you, is actually the satellite capacity that has been built by our SANSA, our National Space Agency. They are the ones who took this, who showed exactly the same spot before the flooding, and then exactly the same spot after that. SANSA is one, just to add, when I can just start with that. Of course, you can ask DSI on Friday, but SANSA is one of our agencies that have been pulled in to work in dealing with the mitigation and dealing with the devastation that has been done by the floods. The positive side of this bad story, of course, is that, which links to your question, by the way, Honorable Letsie, in this case, we do have capacity that can help government very quickly, just from an aerial point of view, from satellite pictures, just to begin to see the details of the damage. Of course, there's nothing that is better than going there physically. But if you are on the ground, you are unable to actually see this thing this way. So we've already drawn in SANSA just to add to what the DG was saying. CSIR has mentioned other things as well. I just thought that let me just show you this picture, just some of the capabilities that we have as government that in this instance will actually go a long way in helping us to understand better when we are faced with disasters and so on. But it doesn't deal with the question, if I can start with that Honorable Letsie is raising, which is a valid question. We often go to consultants not out of choice. We go out of consultants because, one, we have no capacity inside government. Two, some of the capacity, by the way, we used to have. And we got rid of it for one reason or the other because of some economic path and trajectory that we pursued post-1994. For example, Department of Public Works used to have so many qualified engineers, but because we ran down Department of Public Works engineering capacity and other things, the very same engineers are the ones that we go to now if we want assistance with student accommodation, for instance, designs and other things. So that's the reality we deal with, that even where you would not like to have consultants, we have no internal capacity as government. The question arises, if we, as the Department of Higher Education and Training, who have got a huge project on huge projects in infrastructure, do we then go full blown to actually have built internal capacity? Or is the challenge for the whole of government to go back to public works to say, rebuild this capacity? So it's not out of choice that we normally do that. Given a choice, one would actually, like SANSA now, I'm sure there are private companies that actually are doing this satellite imaging, but we won't go to them in this instance because we have got our own internal capacity. That's why I was showing you. I hope that you did see that. So that would be my brief answer. Maybe just to go through, Chair, the other issues that perhaps I feel I must just pick up on or add. Honorable Boshoff was raising a very important question on the issue of, do we see the demand flattening at some stage? I think the question has been answered. What I just want to add is that the ministerial task team on student funding and the modeling that they are doing will give us a more scientific basis to answer your question, Honorable Boshoff, which is fair. Because if we are to plan over the next 5 to 10 years, we need to know, that things being equal, this is what the demand is actually going to be. So we are working hard at that. We hope that we can even answer your question better after the modeling, as the DG was saying, that would have been done. We go to cabinet, and of course, we'll embark on a consultation process, which will include reporting to this portfolio committee. But your question is understandable, and it's a legitimate question to be asked if we are to plan better. That is why, therefore, this, by the way, doesn't talk about the targets for the missing middle, because that's the work we are doing now by the ministerial task team. What is to be done about the missing middle? So it doesn't show anything in our APP, because we have no fiscus-based strategy for funding the missing middle. Going forward, we may not have that as well. We may actually be looking at all sorts of other possibilities on how to support that, because government's commitment is to fund students from the working class and the poor, which is the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. But of course, we are looking at the missing middle and see what is possible that can be done to assist on that score. So it wouldn't be here, obviously, in our APPs, other than the fact that it's part of the matters that will be dealt with through the student funding model that we are presenting to Cabinet around middle of the year. Honorable Makesi, I think that the points you are making, we're just underlining some of the points we're making about the skewness of funding towards universities. It's a big challenge that we have as a country. In fact, if just we do a comparison, of course, we must compare apples with apples, but nevertheless, this comparison is worth doing. That in Germany, for instance, only 30% of school leavers go to university. 70% become apprenticed. Of course, they've got a more than 2 centuries old apprenticeship system, but nevertheless, we are trying to be what no other country is. There is no other country which is 90% university oriented, or 84% in our case, university oriented. There is no such. There is no such. It's a system we've inherited that we've been trying to deal with. We understand the demand, as I have said, for university education amongst Blacks and Black women in particular. We have not reached even the acceptable stage of what we call participation rates. But nevertheless, the other problem of young people who can't access university is a bigger problem that we are facing as a country. I just want to correct you. I didn't say that there were TVET students who did not receive NSFAS. What I was trying to tell, maybe I told it very briefly, is a story of NSFAS and TVET colleges. When I was appointed first time in 2009 as Minister of Higher Education and Training, there was no funding for TVET college students through NSFAS. I introduced that in 2010. So I was trying to actually say some of the changes that we've made is precisely that TVET college students now, almost 90% or so are funded by TVET. Those who qualify are funded in TVET programs. We introduced that. I didn't say that there are students who are not funded now. As far as you are aware, all TVET college students do get NSFAS if they are accepted and then if they deserve. Of course, the mix is not exactly the same as university, historically, but also because of the nature of the TVET colleges themselves. Now, to Honorable Mahlatsi, the issue of the need for more institutional funding for student accommodation is accepted. And I just want to indicate this, by the way, that one of the things that I've asked the DG and the department to look into now, seriously, and hopefully starting this year, is the whole concept of student villages. That where feasible, where you have university campuses and TVET college campuses within a particular radius, you should ideally be aiming to build student villages, which will house both students from universities and TVET colleges. I'm very interested, perhaps, that I start with a pilot or two this year to see how that works in areas where there is such, because it may be a much better, feasible, and an integrated way of providing student accommodation. By the way, Chair, with your permission, without diverting, because I'm now responding to Honorable Mahlatsi. Honorable Mahlatsi, the president, as you know, went to Mangaung a week or two ago, and he was asked a lot of questions, some of whom are left with us. I would therefore request, knowing that you come from Mangaung, that perhaps we'll need a follow-up session, that I come down there together with my team and follow up on some of those issues that were raised when the president was there, but also turn it into some kind of post-school education and training in Bizo, in Mangaung. So I would like that we work together as an MP who comes from there, who also is in this committee, that we actually work at that, because my attention has been drawn to all the good things the president found there and some other challenges insofar as post-school education and training is concerned. I also need to say officially, Chair, that I do welcome, by the way, the AG is correct. They briefed me yesterday about this methodology they were presenting today. I welcome that. And also, as Michelle is saying, I said, look, I would like them to actually brief all my entities in one meeting with representatives from all the entities and the department on how this model is working. I like it, to be quite honest. I think that it's actually going to help us a lot in terms of really doing the measure we need. I'm sure it was said here, you can have a clean audit, but did the manner in which you spend that money actually had an impact in changing the lives of the people on the ground? So we welcome and embrace what the AG is doing. including the criticism that the AG is leveling at us. We don't take that negatively, we take it positively as an opportunity to self-correct. And especially to be helped to focus on what is the real impact. Because sometimes if we're to be self-critical as departments, we do tick box. You know, this target has been met or has been 80% met and so on. But it doesn't tell us, even where it's 80% met, has it really made a change in the lives of our people on the ground? And so I committed that we're going to be working very energetically with the AG on this. I've spoken about the issue of floods. The last 3 points, well, 2 points that I want to raise, Chair, so that I don't take your time. Just to add on funding, PhD funding. Mr. Mgiba said something about this. This is a matter that is very close to my heart, because if there is one thing we need in abundance in South Africa are PhDs, because the more PhDs you have, for instance, in your university system, the better is your teaching, learning, and research capacities of our institutions. The more PhDs you have, the better you are placed in terms of pursuing science, technology, and innovation. That's a fact. That a percentage of, there is a correlation between countries that are doing better in terms of education, research, science, technology, and innovation with the number of PhDs that they have in their countries. That's why there are 2 things that I would like to mention that we are doing on this score. One is that we are strengthening, we are restructuring through the NRF, because it's the NRF in the main, National Research Foundation, which is funding the PhDs. And of course, the National Institute of Humanities and Social Sciences fund PhDs in the humanities. And they've done very well. Between 2013 and now, they've produced more than 200 PhD graduates. So what we are doing now is to say, we have to take into account the socioeconomic status of a PhD student. And we are moving towards full funding for PhDs. Of course, that is posing a challenge, because if you are going for full funding, you're going to have less numbers. If you want to have more numbers, you're going to have part funding. And usually part funding sometimes lead to people never finishing their PhDs, which is not a good thing. But that's part of dealing with it. That's one. Number 2, we've got thousands of scholarships that we get given by other countries as South Africa. And Cabinet assigned us, together with DERCO, as the Department of Higher Education and Training, to manage such scholarships. So we are strengthening that effort. The DG has briefed me, is strengthening the management of international scholarships inside the department, so that we are able to better prioritize also, to be able to say, if country A wants to give us 50 PhD scholarships, we need to say, yes, we appreciate that, but can we negotiate in which areas, so that our PhD international scholarship programs prioritizes our areas of greatest need, rather than just accepting PhD scholarships for the sake of it. So we are strengthening that as part also of saying, how do we use this outside assistance to strengthen our own agenda? In fact, Chair, that was the last point. I thought that I had another point. That was the last point I wanted to say. Otherwise, like the DG has said, thank you very much for your comment. It's very important feedback for us. And a lot of things that we might not have responded to, it does not mean that we didn't listen, for purposes of being able to take those good points that we think are worth taking forward. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members.
Thank you very much, Minister, as well as DG, together with your team, colleagues from the AG's office. Thank you so much for your responses. Honorable Tia, you were saying you're not responded to. Can I check if that's still the case?
No, thank you very much. I think the minister has answered, even though he made examples of a different department, but I was properly answered by the minister. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Litsie. We could have concluded a bit earlier and then allowed for NSFAS to come in. And in fact, I had asked that colleagues from NSFAS be on standby so that if we do finish early, we could actually start with them because lunch is only at 1. However, I felt it was important that we allow colleagues from the department to respond as adequately as possible so that we alleviate having to request that they respond in writing. And that we get as much information as we can get to them through dialogue. We would request, though, there were some areas that needed like specific detail and documents that ought to be shared with the portfolio committee. We still request that be shared with us. So yeah, and I think I'm not sure if it was DHET or if it was the CFO who was alluding to that fact that they'd like to submit some matters in writing, but if you could kindly do so, we would appreciate that. I think, colleagues, if we were to try and conclude on the engagements that we've had this morning, firstly, we really want to appreciate, of course, the work that the AG's office does, and as a portfolio committee, we noted honorability here. I'll think about it as I'm making my concluding remarks. We know that the work that the AG's office does, and we really appreciate the recommendations that come from the work that they do. And as a portfolio committee, we commit ourselves to, fulfilling our part of the recommendations that the AG has put forth, but also to monitor and evaluate in terms of and fulfill our oversight role in terms of the recommendations that have been made to the department and its entities. And of course, when we go into discussions with NSFAS, we'll also have better insight on the changes that the AG's office had requested that they make towards their plans. What we can also see is that there has been a steady increase in achieving in the department achieving its targets. But however, of course, really coming out from our dialogue this morning is that funding remains a key constraint, particularly for programs 3, 4, 5, and 6 of the department. I remember last year, if I'm not mistaken, Honorability, I think it was you who said to the meeting, what would happen if we didn't approve these budgets? Because there's always this emphasis on the fact that budget, is determined by committees. And so what if this committee said, but when we look at this budget, we don't think that our department will be able to fulfill its mandate. And I remember Honorable Mapulane finding a way to respond to that. But I mean, I'm not saying anything, colleagues. I'm just remembering how Honorable Litsie once made a remark of that nature in a meeting. But what I'm really trying to communicate is that we remain concerned about the challenges around funding in the sector. We further must indicate that we welcome the 7% increase in the funding for the department, especially the additional funding allocated to student funding and infrastructure for student accommodation. And we commit ourselves to monitor, to playing our oversight role in terms of the implementation that Minister has stressed there. We welcome the reprioritization of 200 million towards responding to the floods, and we really want to implore on colleagues to work collaboratively with the Department of Science and Innovation, the Department of Basic Education, Department of Health, and many other departments that will be responding to this particular disaster. Not only departments on a national level, but the province and cities as well, as we ensure that the three spheres of government find synergy in responding to this particular crisis. And then we also note, of course, what was responded to by, I think, AGSA, to say that some of this data, or was it Fuchane? I think it was Fuchane, that some of the data that we might require may be difficult to receive because in the case of directly on CETs, there is no environment to even work in. But of course, we trust that colleagues will be innovative, because any work must be done, and we must understand the impact that we are working with, right? So we really want to implore colleagues to be innovative in giving us an understanding of the impact of the floods on the sector, particularly the CET program. But also, Minister, I would like to implore yourselves to, through your DGs, of course, to really ensure that institutions of higher learning, particularly universities, do not become discriminatory in the teaching and learning, in how those affected by the floods, on how their teaching and learning experiences may be affected by the floods, to the extent of which even assessments could be affected. And I think it would be very important for the sector to be very cognizant about that, or of that. And then we also note that there has been a decrease in the nominal growth of the budget in the outer years of the MTEF period. And of course, we stress the importance for a balance between the funding of tuition as vis-a-vis subsidy funding for the sector, and the fine line between ensuring access and ensuring capacity of the sector to respond to the big numbers that we are opening up access for. DG Sishi likes to stress the fact that when we speak about student accommodation, he sometimes feels that we're too simplistic in saying, in referring to accommodation in the sense of beds, and almost challenging us as a sector to think more broadly about what student accommodation is beyond beds. But as a committee would also like to note that there is no target set on the number of beds that institutions receiving allocation for student funding will build. And the committee therefore requires a report per institution in this regard. The committee notes with grave concern, what Minister spoke to earlier on around funding for the TVET sector, which has not grown since 2013. If that's the correct year, but I think I heard 2013, and the impact that this then has on the headcount enrollment, which is below the MTSF annual target and that of the NDP. The committee also notes the reprioritization of funds from goods and services to fund SAQA digitization and to higher education, higher health for CET, GBV related programs. And of course, we must stress, like we always have, that we don't think that reprioritization, or what I call reshuffling of funds within the department, is sustainable, and we need to have new allocation of funds into the department. Of course, reiterating the importance for us to work together with committees like the Standing Committee on Appropriations to look into how we can create sustainable funding and new funding for the sector at large. Stressing what Honorable Itziye, I think, was alluding to, we need to strengthen the capacity of the Planning, Policy and Strategy branch to ensure that there's support for infrastructure, for the delivery of infrastructure development programs. The department had shared with us, I think a year or two ago, that they would be doing a lot of work to capacitate institutions of higher learning to be able to adequately use their infrastructure grants, you know, and therefore ensuring that those projects are fulfilled on time, so, you know, effectively, sufficiently. And so I think beyond that, beyond there being a program, perhaps there ought to be a unit that can ensure that you know, we work towards supporting infrastructure development in the sector. And then, apologies, colleagues, I just want to, and then we also, of course, in line with that, need to make sure that infrastructure development projects are fulfilled, and we will continue as a portfolio committee through our oversight that we do in meetings of this nature, but even in physical oversight to monitor that. And I actually want to even implore, you know, as Minister tasks or charges Honorable Mahlatsi and Honorable Makesi was saying on the platform that should also like to join, to go on to, you know, to go into our constituency areas where we come from. I want to implore on members of this portfolio committee to continue doing the individual member oversight that you do. And when you do that oversight, please request for reports from the engagements you've had and submit that to the committee secretariat, because that also assists the committee in data, you know, mining, you know, to I have a better understanding of what is happening in the sector. So Honorable King, Honorable Zondo, no, ningagcini lomphako lona nizisa apha ku-committee so that we can see how we can work collectively. And then of course, the department and its entities working with the Office of the AG should, we definitely support that one, should have training development focusing on the development of APP targets. And, you know, we're glad to hear that in the engagements that the Minister had with the AG's office, he stressed this to a great extent, and we really look forward to seeing the fruits of that particular work. And then also we, you know, would like to recommend that the AG submits to the committee a detailed report on the findings of the proactive audit of 2022-2023 of the 2022-2023 APPs. And then lastly, the department should ensure that NSFAS submits to Parliament a revised APP that incorporates the recommendations of the AG. But, you know, on that resolution, perhaps we should just wait for NSFAS to present before we take that one into regard. I think I've jumped the gun there a bit. So we'll wait for NSFAS to first present to us, and then we'll take it from there. And then I also, you know, at a later stage, Minister, and I mean, these were my concluding remarks, or rather the concluding remarks of the committee, you know, from what could be some of the key matters that came up from our engagements. But I think something we need to follow up on as you speak about, you know, an idea of student villages and that being rolled out in the sector. I think we had started conversation around a replica of your what do you call it, your Imbali precinct, but taking place in Limpopo. I think, you know, but I mean, right at the beginning of our term, there was conversation about the fact that, you know, we'd see something similar taking place in Limpopo. But you know, I'm not sure where that conversation is at this point in time, but it's something we can discuss at a later stage. Otherwise, honorable members and colleagues, one really must thank you for being so proactive. It's literally 1 o'clock on the, well, 12:59 on the dot. We were meant to finish at this time with the first segment of the day. We will now therefore be breaking for lunch. Honorable Litier, I see you're requesting that we have a working lunch. Some of us chair the meeting, and therefore we have to sit and be attentive through and through. It becomes difficult for us to refresh ourselves, to move, to do a lot of things. So I really want to, I was going to try and see if we can make it a 30-minute break. Perhaps let's make it a 40-minute break, 45 minutes. Yeah, let's make it perhaps a 40-minute break. And then we'll return, and NSFAS will be the first entity to present. Colleagues, having said that, thank you so much. This first part of the session is done. Minister, travel well. Thank you very much for being part of us this morning. Siabo. The meeting is, it's not adjourned. What's on pause?
Break. It's on break.
It's on break. The meeting is on break. And then is always so strict about these terms.
Recording stopped.
Yes, the team that is traveling, can they travel safely? We are just noting that they are traveling without
us
from the portfolio committee. We just want to know.
Behave like a student now, saying nothing about us without us.
But who's going to monitor the implementation of whatever you would have learned, Minister, if we are not there?
Yeah. You have a point. Although there is separation of powers as well.
So travel well.
All right, so thank you very much with the rest of the meeting.
Good luck.